And I think we're live. Hopefully, if Restream works as intended, I should now be visible on Twitch, YouTube, and the other crap. Hello world. Okay, all platforms are connected except Facebook for some reason. If I do this, then it tells me that I don't have access to live streaming because it wants to prevent abuse of the feature. I don't know how you would abuse a live stream feature, but I don't use Facebook at all, so I don't know. Maybe I've been hacked and someone is doing crypto scams with my account. Who knows? Facebook sucks. Polly's here. Lovely Life is Strange music. Cool, nice you recognized it. Yeah, I love that game. Language. Confuse somehow. Did he rename? Wait, okay, top chat doesn't show people at all. Oh yeah, he renamed. Confuse is now confuse. Okay. Do we have anyone on Twitch, by the way? Because Twitch shows a total of 1 viewer, like insane. But I'm not sure if that's myself. But nice to see that the chat synchronization is working as well. So yeah, I have a couple of things planned for today. Okay, I have Twitch open on my second monitor. First of all, move this to the scratch pad so we can see it permanently. Actually, not the scratch pad, probably just make it sticky. There we go. Online, hello, hi, welcome. I don't know if I've seen you before here, so please don't go away and give me even less viewers than YouTube is giving me through the algorithm. Okay. Closed on Facebook. So what I have today is, first of all, the ability to move scratch pads to other monitors and still make them stay on the scratch pad, which means that if I have this, so this is on the scratch pad, I can toggle it on or off. I can put another one on the scratch pad as well. So now I have both of them on the scratch pad. If I move one of them to the other monitor and move it back, it's no longer on the scratch pad. It's just a regular floating window, which is kind of annoying, I guess. Or I think it would make more sense for it to move to the scratch pad of the other monitor if you just drag it over. So yeah, that's a window manager feature. And I also want to get some work done on Immersid. Linux network. Hi all. Hi. Sick. Actually, I think I'm gonna create a channel, a voice channel for live streams, because like we have few enough viewers that no one is gonna rate the voice channel, and if they do, I can still kick them out. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna create a voice channel for live streams, which is going to be called Stream Talk, I guess. Yeah, Stream Talk. Maybe, I don't know if I should make it a stage channel. Probably not, if we have more people. And boom. Let's see. Test. Okay, no sounds from the interface, but we're used to Discord breaking. Hi. In case you're saying anything, I can't hear it. Oh. Oh, okay, it's just really quiet. Okay, there we go. Hi. So, actually still pretty quiet. Okay. The theming up here is broken, by the way. I'm gonna fix that. Cyotomy. Hi. Cool, we have some people here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna start with the scratchpad feature. So let's open up Trusty Neovim. Whoops. I have something on the stash. I don't know what. Oh yeah. By the way, I think you might have already noticed. Shut up, Twitter. New color scheme. I'm doing a redesign for the color scheme for Beta 7, which will hopefully include every theming part of InSynOS. The window manager already has the new color scheme. It's not as... It has more contrast, first of all. And it's not as bright and vibrant. Some people were complaining about it being too colorful. So yeah, it has a new color scheme and a new styling system. So all the X resources selectors are different now. If you have an X resources theme for InstantWM, you should redo that, or rather adjust it to fit the new format. Same for Instant Menu, already has the new colors. And I haven't actually gotten a lot of feedback on that yet. So if you have any thoughts about it, just put it in the chat. Pepper on Discord. Someone please hold my seat. We'll be here in a sec. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's new colors.
I don't know, but was it Paybor who wanted some functionality to switch all the windows from one monitor to the other?
Oh, I think yeah, I read over that on Discord. Haven't checked it out yet. I remind me later. Okay, probably in suggestions somewhere. Oh yeah. Swap the contents. That's probably also useful. Not sure if I'll do that today, but I'll put it on the to-do.
At some point we need a menu or something like that, or quick selector for all the shortcuts when they get out of hand, and there's just not enough key bindings anymore.
You mean like instant assist, like a two-part shortcut?
Yeah, pretty much that, or some more sophisticated system.
Yeah, probably.
Because instant assist has the problem that you need to mouse over when you want to see what does what.
Oh, yeah.
And you can really access the lower levels.
I mean, there's the H assist, which lists everything. But
Yeah, I don't have a solution. It's just a problem. Or it might become a problem at one point.
yeah.
It's not really a problem.
I don't think I'll ever do like 3-level instant assists at this point. Just, I don't know. But yeah, so check out the scratchpad moving thing. Whoops, Vim is freezing. Okay, no, just wrong window focus.
By the way, have you ever looked into the Instant Motion plugin for Vim?
Instant motion, no.
Or Easy Motion, sorry, Easy Motion.
I've heard of this.
Which is kind of nice for jumping around in code files or in any file, actually. It's a bit like Vimium, you know,
Yeah.
how Vimium gives you
Yeah,
hints.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like that.
Ah. Yeah, I might actually try that. I'm using Vimium a lot, so.
Yeah, you can just plug
Using
Easy
Vim
Motion,
plug.
whatever.
Yeah.
And it's pretty straightforward. And then all the bindings are by default leader, and then whatever you want to do. So if you want to search for
leader's
words,
already bound for me.
yeah. So if you want to search for words, you would go leader W, and then it gives you the words.
Yeah. Okay. Which means I'm gonna have to rebind leader.
I'm not sure if leader is already bound for you. That might not be a problem, because if you are fast enough and do leader W, then it will just do the W action.
Yeah. It does add latency to my normal leader though, so I'll probably replace that with something else for now. Do have leader F.
I mean, by no means you don't need to use the default bindings of Easy Motion, but I mean, it's a bit more of a hassle to change bindings.
I already have F. Okay, P is still capital P is unused, but leader V, that's pretty much next to the space key. Actually, I'm just gonna replace leader G. I do have leader G. No, I don't. Oh, I do. Capital G. So this.
Do you have just
G.
leader W?
Leader W for me is Vim Wiki. It has a lot of bindings with leader W, so that should not be touched probably. But I think leader G has been, yeah, leader capital G is still unused. Okay, so I have Easy Motion. Install that. And if we now do leader, nothing happens. Okay. I probably need to do this, right? The default leader has been changed to leader to avoid conflicts with other plugins you might have installed. Whoops. Okay, Easy Motion is...
A lot of people also use leader / because it's basically, it's a motion, but it's basically used for searching, so.
Yeah. But it's kind of odd that nothing happens on leader. Whoops. Restream always takes the focus.
You did the plug update, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I also have the help file. We already have leader / I don't. Do I just do this, or do I need to escape anything?
Just a second. Delay and such. I don't think you need to escape anything. You might need an nmap as well, but I don't know. No, maps should be enough.
No. Leader capital Q, I don't think I have this. Okay, it's not doing anything. Okay, / doesn't do anything anymore. FFS, I missed it. Wait, or did I? I'm still live. What happens if I put it in somewhere here? Oh, it's using capital leader. Maybe that's a problem.
It should be the same.
Okay. Wow, the new color scheme is dope. Thank you. Whoops.
I mean, leader should be the default, so that should not change anything.
Oh, so normally I would do leader and then just type a letter, right?
Yes, for what?
Oh, okay. Now it does something. Kind of.
So if you do leader W, then that should give you some of the labels.
Leader S works, and now I can do capital P, and then O, and then I'm here, which works, but I don't know why I need to press S first.
Yeah, it has different actions, so it has the prefix, and prefix combined with an action gives you other types of hints.
That's why it wasn't doing anything.
So you can do the prefix W, which gives you words, or prefix. I don't know, S, which gives you some other type of hint, but I usually just use prefix W.
Okay. Whoops. And then JO, for example, or go down here. If I want to go here, let's say. Whoops. I don't know what I did now. Oh, it's just below the cursor.
Yeah, they have bindings for just below the cursor, just above, or the whole visible part of the document.
Okay, so the whole part would be for searching for words. C. F, W. Oh, so B is just before words. Cool. It's for beta 7 or stable release. It is planned for beta 7. So yeah, most of the apps already, most of the instant apps already have it. You can see that the status doesn't have it yet, and the new slightly darker white with the old green really doesn't look good. So the status is definitely going to get fixed. But I'm planning on shipping it with beta 7. Leader W. Oh, so this. Right, I used to. Yeah. So this just means leader W will be the new finding thing.
Yeah, these two bindings are the only ones I really use. I disabled all the others because I just really find the word thing useful. I mean, for lines, if you have relative numbers, you can just do something like 14J, and you are on the line you want. And I don't know what other things EasyMotion gives you, but the word thing was the most useful for me.
Okay. Light mode is somehow dark mode in Discord. Never heard of that bug, but anything is possible with the Discord client. Okay. Ooh, back to the window manager. Oh yeah, the new the terminal also has a new color scheme. This is a modified version of the elementary scheme. The old one had the problem that some applications had bad contrast. For example, HTOP. This used to be pretty much unlegible, and now it has much better contrast. Same for Ranger, or I think NNN or MC. Midnight Commander had some problems. This still doesn't look great with the dark blue on the gray background, but it's definitely better than the old color scheme. And for some reason, there's not really a standard on how to use the colors, so some command line applications will always look bad. But this is definitely, I think, an improvement in usability.
No comment look wise.
What do you mean? Oh,
in usability, but what's your stylistic opinion?
I don't know. This is pretty much very close to stock and just slightly modified. I think it has a bit warmer of a tone than the new color scheme for Incinus, which I don't know how it looks together. I've searched around for other color schemes similar to the one Incinus uses now, and they all kind of had problems with some command line applications, like for example Vim without a color scheme or Ranger and stuff like that. A lot of them have problems with at least one command line application that many people use. But yeah, I don't know. I've sort of gotten used to using it now. So I kind of lost the ability to judge how it actually looks, which is a problem that, yeah, often happens if you work on something a long time. But yeah, what do you people in chat think of the new color scheme for the terminal? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of beta 7 is complete till now? Oof, that's a difficult question. I mean, you can check on the to-do. It's incinus.io/to-do. There's a list here of stuff that needs to be done. A lot of the biggest stuff is already done, like Imocid is pretty much very close to being production ready. But I don't know how long it's gonna take. A lot of these are smaller features, definitely. So yeah, I don't know, maybe a month or so. Or yeah, Confused. What do you think about the terminal color scheme? Do you have any ideas for color scheme?
To be honest, I'm more of a style over substance guy, so I'm not the right person to ask there. I mean, it's okay, and if it's practical, then I don't really care about the looks.
Okay.
But usually I like a little bit more subtle themes. So I'm a gray on black guy.
Oh, okay.
Most of the time.
Yeah, the thing is, like, normally by default, like, I don't know if Kitty has these colors. Yeah, by default, oh, that's an interesting noise. By default, this black is just black, red is just literally hashtag FF0000, and so on. And the closer you stay to this, the more applications will look right, because they're just made for the color scheme of red being just red or yellow being just yellow. But I don't know. I thought about using Nord. Oh, actually, I did a little. Why is there Python? Okay, never mind. Okay, I did a little project called Grog Resources. Whoops. GOG Resources. There's this project called GOG. I think it's named after the artist, that fetches and installs a bunch of color schemes for the GNOME terminal. And I ported that to X Resources. So now I can do this and then have a bunch of color schemes. And maybe there is Nord in here. Yes. Oh, there's a Nord light scheme. I didn't know that. Okay, and now I have the new color scheme applied. I unfortunately can't reload ST on runtime, but now I have some Nord colors. And this is, I think, more subtle, definitely. Like, yeah, one problem I have with Nord here is it doesn't distinguish between light and dark colors, which means that if an application uses both of them to mean different things, actually does it? Maybe my monitor isn't good enough for the color difference, but I don't see one, to be honest. Wait a sec, I can just check that out. Yeah, it's the same color. It doesn't distinguish between light and dark. Oh, it does here for some reason, and it does here as well. But for red and green, there's no distinction. And I really would have liked to use Nord, but I don't know. That's, I think, kind of a deal breaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost invisible.
The difference are...
Yes, that's the difference.
But yeah, I think there actually is none for most of them. Yeah, same color. But I don't know.
Just the second to the right, or from the right. If you
Yeah, this is a
squint your eyes,
tiny
you might
difference.
think,
Yeah. So maybe...
But that might also just be accidental.
How do I enable syntax on Vim?
No idea.
Just use this. I mean, this looks okay, I think.
I think it's just syntax on, maybe.
Oh yeah. I think the new black color scheme is quite better than the Nord one. Yeah, Nord is also pretty subjective when it comes to some of the choices. I mean, it looks good in my opinion. It looks really good, but it doesn't mesh well with other color schemes. And the more you stay with this one, it kind of works with everything. But yeah, I don't know. Let's check out some others.
I think for Vim, so again, I'm not an indicator, but for Vim, I usually use one dark.
I do too.
Color scheme.
One dark also had some problems. I think this is a bit dark. Also doesn't distinguish here and has even less contrast. Like this color and this color are pretty much the same, or not really, but too close. And I think
to remember what. So I have a coworker who is really adamant about the best color scheme, but I forgot what he was using, although he told me like a million times.
Yeah, I think this was kind of the deal breaker for one dark. This is not good, not great. Like the green on blue.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And if I do this, then just everything is legible. Pepper is here. Hi. Okay, but oh, Ghost from Discord. I'm still using leader to open files. I think I did leader G, yeah. xk comma focusmon tagmon is the function I'm looking for, I think. And then again it's sendmon. Send client to another monitor. Seems good. If, oh yeah, at the moment it's just resetting the sticky windows, which is not very useful. If it's on the scratch pad, which would mean what's the function for the scratch pad? Okay, 1 shifted by 20. Is that scheme the new default color scheme? Yes, it is. My headphones are doing weird stuff. I don't know why. Okay. Working again. If C tags equals 1 shifted by 20, then else reset sticky just does this. Okay. Else sticky gets reset. And if it is on the scratch pad, then it gets moved. Oh, yeah, it gets to keep its tags. Means just nothing gets done to the tags, and I think nothing at all, actually. Yeah. I hope this is the right way to check for being on the scratch pad, but apart from that, let's check that out. Do I have anything open that I might want to close before restarting the window manager? Easy motion can go, the roadmap can also go. I have that on the second monitor. And let's get to rebuilding. Oh yeah, Graphbox. I've heard of that, but that definitely clashes with the one InstantOS is using right now. But I know Graphbox is like pretty much perfect in most ways for legibility and looks. It's a good balance, but it kind of looks dated, I guess. And it's a big departure from the InstantOS look.
Yeah, also it has this earth colory vibe, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of what's making it look so dated, like this 70s aesthetic kind of.
Yeah,
Somehow that
50s.
New color scheme commit or some newer commit has totally broken my instant WM with gaps, and CFAX repo can merge it. F. Yep, I can imagine it doing some merge conflict. Like I did change stuff for X resources and a lot of things in the config.dev.h. Did it just build it, or yeah, I did. Restart the window manager, and let's check if. Ooh, okay. One last thing, it moves to the scratch pad, even though the scratch pad isn't visible, which is not great either. But that's pretty easy to fix, probably, hopefully. What I do is go to dev.h, toggle scratch pad. That's what we want. Scratch exists. Scratch visible. Okay. Sendmon, I think, not tagmon. Yep, that's the function. I just left StreamTalk. Oh, I just left Discord altogether. Guess Discord didn't like the window manager restart. I think I'm back in Discord now. Yep.
You are.
So, if cmon scratch pad visible, if that's not the case, then toggle scratch pad null. I hope this doesn't break. Whoops, this is the wrong one. Okay. I need to do this at the end. If is scratch pad, and that should do it. Let's check. Restart the window manager. This is still on the scratch pad. Yep, it is. Move it over. Ah, dang it. Wait, what? I had it here, and now I have it here. Oh, wow. Crap. Okay. That's not great. I can't use toggle scratch pad because it actually creates a new scratch pad. Oof. Toggle scratch pad has quite some stuff in it. If you're in overview, then you can toggle the scratch pad. If the scratch pad doesn't exist, then create a new one. Okay, the problem is that we're creating a new scratch pad here. Let's get back the chat. Oh, Discord crashed again. Try the non-Flatpak version this time. Oh, wow. Okay. Hang on a sec. I hope you're not supposed to not see that QR code. Okay, yeah, I think you can actually publish that code. And it asks me for this for the 9,000th time. Nope. Okay. Let's hope this one doesn't crash all the time. So yeah, if I move this over, then... Whoops. Scratch exists equals 1. Oh, okay, it needs to be attached to the stack before I run Togo Scratchpad. But it actually is attached to the stack. Check out create Scratchpad. It's sticky. And this one turns it back into a normal window. Whoop. Then it's floating and it's focused. And if there is no Scratchpad, then it gets toggled. Or no, if it's not visible, then it gets toggled. So far, so good. Okay, I might actually just do that. Like create a new Scratchpad. Else create Scratchpad. Now. Rebuild instant WM. I could close this one. Restart the window manager. Hey, Discord is still kind of alive. No, it crashed. Okay. Now it's alive again. This is the Scratchpad. I put it over here. Okay. This is interesting. So if I move this over here, it doesn't actually show the Scratchpad. Oh, okay. I need to remove this one. That's not great either. Great. So create a Scratchpad, move it over. Now this is a Scratchpad. Okay. And this one is as well. Nope, nope, nope. Definitely not what I want. And now tree sitter is broken, I think. Oh, yeah, it is. Why is it broken? What's happening with tree sitter? Oh, it's broken pretty far up here. Some Lua error. Mm-hmm. I think this is the main problem. This is not in the stack, which means that null, just the statement null. Mm-hmm. This should theoretically work. I don't know why it doesn't though. Oh, I think I know why it doesn't. Okay. Because the monitor isn't necessarily focused during this. Uh-huh. Which means I need to save the monitor. Hmm. So sendmon can also just mean that I'm sending it over and now it's a scratch pad. Okay, I'm sending it over using the keybind and still keep my monitor focused, which is the default, and then super shift comma or period follows the focus to the other monitor. So this works, but this also does for some reason. I am confusion. By the way, I have a second monitor where I'm testing the scratch pad. You just can't see it. Okay, the current build doesn't actually seem to be that bad. Restart again. I think restarting is the problem with like this stuff. So now I create a new scratch pad, I send it over. And then if I toggle it, I need to press S twice, which I should only have to press it once. And Discord is gone again, of course. I think I'm gonna try Canary next. Or maybe not. This reported all kind of shenanigans when a floating window is between two monitors. Would I know that it kind of behaves weird sometimes because it only behaves correctly if it's on the current monitor. Currently, a window can't be in the state of belonging to multiple monitors, which is kind of a problem. I don't know how to solve it though without like a huge amount of effort, and the amount of cases where you actually want to use a window that's between monitors is pretty slim, but it is a problem definitely. Okay, but I think I'm falling behind again on the schedule for the stream, if you want to call it that.
We are just very good at not sniping you.
Try that. Whoops. Try that build again. Actually, no. I need to focus the monitor and then shift focus back to the current monitor. Just focus mon, and it uses an argument. Does it get the monitor from the argument? Nope, it doesn't. Unfocus Salmon cell, Salmon. Okay, this seems very straightforward. Just set Salmon and then unfocus, which I think I have already done. Cell. I need to. Oh. Yeah, there's a monitor as an argument. And then I need to save the old monitor. Mon. I hope this isn't already used. Doesn't seem to be. And I'll save the current monitor. In the variable prefmon. Whoops. And after that, Salmon equals unfocus the current selection. Whoops. Salmon equals M. After that, I'll focus nothing. And then get the focus back to the current monitor. Or the original monitor, rather. Prefmon, not orgmon. There we go. Restart the window manager. Say bye-bye to Discord. Ooh, it's alive. It's dying. Okay, next try. Move this to the scratch pad. So far, so good. Move it over. Okay, it moved my cursor. But apart from that, it works fine. So now I can move it back. I can move it to this monitor, open up a scratch pad here, hide it, and if I move it over here, we should now have both of them active. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I just got to figure out the the cursor moving issue. And I think I have an idea where that's from. Oh. Get back Discord, only to have it die again, probably.
I mean, that's the way Discord do. Also, ignore the chat. We have gone a little bit off topic.
Okay. Oh, okay. The cursor issue seems to be some issue on first boot. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's check with both monitors empty apart from the scratch pad. This is on the scratch pad now. Move it over. Cursor is still here. This is on the scratch pad here. Move it over here. Still on the scratch pad. Okay, perfect. We have some config, some formatting changes. I finally got CLang-D to properly work with the instant WM codebase. So I have an auto formatter now. Whoops. Did I do something right there? Or was that just lazy Git doing its thing? I don't think it actually does anything when I click on stuff, right? I hope so, at least. Okay. I saved stuff over here. I saved the previous selected monitor. I only do this when it's not a scratch pad, else I save that it's a scratch pad, and then I do this stuff over here to make it a scratch pad on the new monitor as well. Whoops. Keep Windows Scratchpad status when moving to other monitor. And we push this via SSH. Discord actually, not this Discord, GitHub disabled password logins recently, so you're forced to use something different now.
You mean like for pushes or on the web UI?
No, for using the Git client. I think the GitHub CLI does something else, and all of the GitHub desktop stuff uses the GitHub API and something like that. But using just Git, you can't log in via HTTPS passwords anymore. You need either an authentication token to keep using HTTP or SSH or the Git protocol.
Okay. I mean, I usually use SSH keys, so
No.
I don't really care, but it's kind of a shame.
I think newbies are going to be very put off by this, to be honest.
Yeah, at least they could have done two-factor things. Like you push something and they ask you for your password, and then they ask you for something else, or you have to click a button on your phone or whatever.
Yeah, but for the personal authentication token, the problem is HTTP is still the default clone stuff. When you click on clone the repo and then copy the URL, it's not the SSH one, it's that one. And that kind of means that people are going to be still using HTTP. But on the other hand, they are now forced to create this personal authentication token, which is buried somewhere in the web UI. Okay, but this is the first item. Okay, it's actually gone. First item done. Whoop. Okay, I wanted to redesign the installer wallpapers because they still have the old color scheme. And I wanted to redesign that. I don't know if that qualifies for a coding stream. But
by the way, talking about the installer, I've been playing around with the thought of doing an instant Nix install ISO.
Oh,
Because that would also be kind of easy, I think, and we could kind of use the Arch installer, at least style-wise, but I don't know how much work it's gonna be, because I almost never use the Arch installer.
wait, Arch installer? You mean the InstantOS Arch installer?
Yeah. The usual way you
Yeah,
install
Instant Arch.
InstantOS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. You could probably use the module system and everything in the event loop. That might save you some work.
Yes, but just for things like partitioning and other stuff, it would be nice to have a menu system like
Yeah,
for the ISO.
but like partitioning and having multiple steps, like also probably setting your username. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Just so it's a little convenient stuff that generates a good Nix config with a few tweaks, because that's what most newbies have problems with.
Yeah, and you could probably also use the input verification, and yeah, the ability to go back and stuff like that took some time to get that working. I think.
Yeah, so I have enough ideas what I could do with Instant Nix, and just not enough time.
Yeah, I think we have
but
to.
yeah, installer would be kind of nice, just for generating an initial config and installing that on your system,
Yeah.
and then just rebooting. That would make it a lot easier to get started.
Does something like this actually exist somewhere, like a distro based, quote unquote, on Nix? Or
I don't think so. I mean, it's almost it's gotta exist, right?
yeah,
But
but that's what I thought when looking for something like InstantOS.
yeah, exactly. It's like it's gotta exist, but I just haven't heard of it and can find it, and then probably it doesn't exist.
Whoa. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if we should do Immersit first or the installer wallpapers. I think actually Immersit is going to go first. See if I have anything written down. Oh. No. Oh yeah, there's some problems with Immersit about files that don't support comments. Oops, sorry. Which means that I'm probably going to have some sort of metadata files for Immersit. And I still need to implement that. To do Immersit. To do custom comment signs. Yeah, custom comment side option. But I also need to implement the metadata file for file types without comments. I think the format is probably going to be TOML, because I'm already using that for other stuff in Rust. And there's going to be probably just the hash, so the entire thing is one single section. I also need to split it up probably into crates, because the single, whoops, still getting used to the new one. Oh god, okay, capital G, okay. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Because this file is getting kind of long. Actually, it isn't. 1,000 lines, okay. I thought it was longer, but at some point I'm going to have to break it up. TOML, it needs to have hash, file name, target, file, source file. Probably. Anything else that it needs? What could it be called? File name .immersit.toml. Probably. Okay. Do we already have TOML in here? We do not. Whoops, TOML. And then just rebuild the entire thing. Throw it in TOML. Okay. Use TOML ::. Oof, what did I do with instance status? Value. TOML value. And then I need to have some way of finding out which files don't have a common syntax. Which means, let's just check out the .files repo. Have you stopped using VS Code? Yes, actually, now it's been over a year of Vim. Mostly exclusively Vim. I did use VS Code for a Java project for university because it had unit tests and building and stuff like that, which I didn't want to figure out how to do with a command line Java compiler thing. But apart from that, it's all been new Vim. Let's check out which ones. Okay, desktop files still need sections. Other parts of Instant OS. And then chat is just going off in some complete other direction. I need to introduce sections to the desktop files. Then let's see, fonts. Okay. Yeah, JG menu has sections already, but the CSV file doesn't have any. Whoops, no. CSV file, metadata files. Actually, I don't know if it still needs to have the copy of the metadata file, but probably it does. Metadata files for CSV files. Continue on here. Python has sections. rc.conf has sections. Rofi. Does Rofi have sections? I think Rofi actually doesn't need sections because it's only used in user share. Rocks definitely needs, yeah, Rocks needs metadata files. Rocks XML files, because I do not want to deal with XML syntax and parse all of that. Then MIME, okay. Sections. The desktop files need sections. Then what else needs sections? Rocks MIME files need sections. And bash RC already has sections. Conky has sections. DMRC doesn't. Dunst RC has sections. Example mirrors has no sections, but it doesn't need them. Flameshot needs metadata because it actually deletes comments. Flameshot. Init.vim has sections. Instant.files is an executable. It doesn't need sections. InstantOS onboard.theme needs sections. Needs metadata files, not sections. Oof. Libit put gestures actually. This isn't even in use anymore. I think I'm actually going to remove that. LightDM GTK greeter.conf doesn't need sections because it's in root. mpv.conf has sections. Override.sh is unused and an executable doesn't need sections. This has sections. README, of course, doesn't. Root install doesn't need sections because it's an executable. SkippyRC needs sections. Text Studio INI needs a metadata file. tmux.conf needs sections. User.reg. I don't want to mess with Windows registry files, so I'm guessing it needs metadata files. User install doesn't need anything. Xinit.rc already has them. X resources already has sections. Okay. So, let's go with the themes as well. Okay, .theme. This isn't in use anymore, so it doesn't need sections. Configs. It uses YAML files. I think I want to move to Toma, so I'm gonna have to redo this. Dunst has sections everywhere. Scripts don't need sections. Utils don't need sections either. These have sections. Okay, themes are good to go. Congratulations, you've received 100 messages with Restream chat. Oh, by the way, is YouTube chat still going? Yes, it is. Cool. Not YouTube chat, YouTube stream. Okay, a lot of stuff here isn't even tracked by Git yet. So this needs some adjustments as well. Let's get cracking, I guess. Oh, registry files do have comments. Okay, that's a revelation. Move that there. INI files do also have them. Ah, crap. Okay, so the behavior that we're going to have is when a new file gets read by Immersid, it checks for the existence of such a metadata file. And if that's the case, then it doesn't use anything in the file or doesn't write anything to the file either. So we need probably another struct for this. Struct meta file. And by the way, still alive here. Meta file, which contains metadata about the file that's getting processed by Immersid, which doesn't exist yet. Actually, let's do an option first. Come on, where is it? Where are the clap? There we go. Okay. An input argument. Okay. Update, compile, query. Update, compile, query, info, and apply all need this, I think. So I'll do another thing like the input arg thing. Let meta file arg equals arg new. What do I call those files? Let's just do meta file. Dot required false dot short m. Do we don't have? Do we already have this? No, we don't. Perfect. By the way, how's the mic quality? I think I was pretty close to the mic now. Hopefully it isn't peaking. Yep. Okay. Chart m dot long meta file dot text value false. And if we format this, it's going to get split up into multiple lines. Perfect. Oh, I need a char. Rust Analyzer is just so much better than CLangD. It's also a lot faster. Dot about. Put imocid metadata into a separate file instead of using comments in the file. Okay. The mic is epic. ARM helped, I think. Yeah, it definitely helped, I think. Because it's just practically no reverb when you combine the ARM with RN noise. And this meta file arg then gets applied to the update command. .arg meta file arg. Kind of scary that the language server doesn't help with this, but I think it's fine. Update has it, compile needs it. Ah, there it is. No, oh, it's getting moved. Ah. Okay, can I use a reference? Can I use a reference here? I can. Why are structs in the imocid file pub? It's not a library. Why does it need those? Good question. I don't know why I did that. I think I do want to move some of them. I was planning on moving them to another file, in which case they probably need to be pub. Okay, update, compile, and query probably also needs this. Query? No, it doesn't. Okay, compile. Compile definitely needs it, update needs it, query doesn't, apply needs it, and info also doesn't. Okay. .arg and meta file arg. Dot. Okay, nothing from Rust. Odd. Wait. If I do this, which is definitely incorrect. Oh no. Okay, Rust formatter is the formatter is broken. Why? Command format. Okay. What do you mean ARM helped? I have a microphone arm now. Before it was sitting on my desk on the stock blue snowball stand. And I got an arm now from Amazon. It was pretty cheap actually. I would definitely recommend it. Why is the formatter broken? Was it broken everywhere?
The frames, which I kind of find kind of cool, where the microphone is free hanging just on a rubber band, basically.
You have what?
Strapped into the arm.
You got you got cut off and during the first sentence.
Sorry. Is the is the microphone free hanging in the arm, like just strapped in with a rubber band?
No,
Because I find the concept of that kind of cool. I don't know.
no.
Is
It's
it
just it's
a nerd thing?
the standard screw stuff. Thought he was speaking of an ARM CPU. But why is the formatter not working? I mean, Leader Eye doesn't get taken by the Easy Motion plugin by any chance, right?
It should all
Leader
have the prefix
prefix.
thing, all the bindings.
Okay. Check out the init.vim. Oop. Leader Eye. And the binding is gone. Oh, no. There it is. Plug cock format. It should work. Okay, no. Yeah, it actually does execute the formatter. Not sure why it's not doing anything on Rust at the moment. Oh. Do I have a second instance? Yep. No. Wrong one. Ah, there it is. Okay. Uh-oh. Ah, this is the status one. Okay. Mm-hmm. So now all special files need to have an option of a meta file. Meta file option meta file. Whoop. And there's no struct meta file yet. Pub struct meta file. Which then there's no inheritance. Okay, this is. I'm probably gonna have to do traits at this point. Okay, new. Then compile. Or actually, I don't think I can just use the same functions. Okay. It needs to have target file, meta file, target file, and also source file. And yeah. Also, it needs to have a hash. Hash string definitely needs a hash. What else? We have a hash, file name, target file, source file. File name, parent file. Let's call it parent file. It also needs that. Okay. So the output needs to have some different. Oh, okay. First, meta file is set to none for now. Any other errors? Nope. Oh, there is an error. Yeah, special file needs to have. What's this function actually? Okay. Oh, okay. I think this is kind of, it's creating a file, and the meta file is none for now. Oh, this is during applying a file. Okay. So special files need different behavior based on if they have a meta file or not. First one is output, needs to output to 2 different files. Output just returns the normal file actually. Finalize generates, oh, this is just the section. Write to file. Oh, okay, write to file is part of special file. Perfect. Write to file. This needs to behave different based on if it has a meta file or not. Changed behaviors. Special files needs a changed write to file. Also needs to change compile. This is actually pretty easy. If. Actually, it's not. Okay. If there are no section comments in a file, then there is just one huge section, I guess. If I were to do this immo_syd info.bashrc, which right now does not have any comment stuff. Okay, perfect. And I think I'm gonna change it to just having one huge main section if there's no comments in there. Which means info show information about file. Puts out the comment syntax and sections Okay, it doesn't have any sections, I guess. Why does it have no sections? Create one large section with no comments found. Comments. Comments found. Okay. And filename.immersit.toml actually also needs a method of output, or yeah, it needs to print output from toml. The new constructor needs a file name, file path, pathref actually probably as an argument. Implement HR file, public function new. I don't need this to be public yet. I don't know. File path buff, an owned mutable path akin to string. This type provides methods like push and set extension that mutate the path in place. Also implements deref path, meaning that all methods on path. Okay. It can fail if the toml is invalid. Which means option, there we go. Meta file. Returns nothing. Okay. Now we need to open a file and parse it to toml. And I forgot how to open a file again. Rust toml. Read file. I probably just need the contents. First toml file. Yep. Okay. Rust open file. File to string, probably. Fs read to string. I think that's what I want. But just for reference, we can check what I did in, which is this, okay, this is immersit and this is immersit as well. Oops. Okay, I hope I didn't overwrite anything here. Okay, this just reloaded. Okay. Browse, parse, toml content. There we go. Toml content or parse. Toml content is string from default config or fs read to string toml path. And the path can either be a string or a path buffer, I'm guessing. Toml path is not, I don't buy that. Toml path is a path buff. Okay, ctags has problems with Rust, it seems like. go back to immersid and do the same thing here. Let meta content equals fs file system is in use standard fs. Oof, what did I do here? fs read to string. fs read to string. Not exactly sure why it's not auto-completing here. Fail to resolve use of undeclared crate or module. Oh, I just have to do use fs. There we go. Use standard fs. Standard fs on by default. Oh, all right. Fs read to string path. I think this is tab 9. Yep, okay. Read to string. And then we don't need the fs colon thing. Oh, come on. What's no. Fail to resolve use of undeclared module fs. I do have the if file system in there. Any Rustachian Rust people in the chat? Totally. Okay, Toml is unused, I know. What happens if I remove fs colon colon? Ah, okay. Never mind. Match actually dot, yeah, match meta content none, returns just none. Return none. Use fs self. Oh, okay. Is unreachable as all arms diverge. Rust man. Pepsi man. Dum, 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 dum. Some content goes in here. Is there still unreachable code? Any code? What? Oh, it's a result. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Mismatch type. Okay, return meta file. Oof, the string shouldn't. I need to. Crap. Oh yeah, I actually need to read the meta file. I'm not constructing it here. Like I'm reading it from a file. Return meta file. Return some meta file. Target file. none, source file. None, hash, string from placeholder, parent file, string from placeholder. There we go. Hold on. And what now? What? Expected enum. Expected result, standard string, standard IO error. I don't know what the issue is. Oh, I think I know. Okay. If path dot is file, if not path dot is file, return none. And then I can just unwrap this. Expect error opening meta file. No, actually. Match meta content. What's it expecting here? Like I do the error parsing. Expected struct string. Found result. Oh, yeah, of course. I should not just expect something here. This expression has type result. Oh, of course. There we go. Mismatch types, expected enum result. Return sum. Let red file equals return red file. Whoop. Okay, I think I need some help here again. Found enum option. I mean, yeah, that's what the function returns, doesn't it? Okay, this is unreachable. So far, so good. And it needs to return an option. Okay, instead of sum. Oh, thank you. Was already in the chat. Oh god, okay. I was blind. Okay, literally. Now we need to parse the Thomas stuff. Do I still have some Rust stuff open? Rust Thomas. I just need to do the parse with generic. I don't know what. Is it called generic? Probably not. I need to parse that stuff. That value equals content dot parse. Parse parse value dot unwrap. This then is a value. Okay. After that that value is probably a hash map then, right? The value can either be a table. I think hash map and table are pretty much the same thing here, right? Okay, so it can either be string, integer, float, boolean, datetime, array, table. It is a table which contains the fields. Okay, match value. I think YouTube is tripping. I'm getting comment section from the last video, not sure what is happening here. What? Wait, what? Copy, paste. We could call it a deserialized content class. Oof, oh, by the way, Scott, long time no see. I'm not getting any comments on this one. Yeah, probably YouTube messing up. Deserialized content class. Can you elaborate on that? I haven't done serialization like ever. Or are you just describing Toml? Okay, this is definitely a table, we know that. Well, value dot get mute, get, I guess just get hash. If there's no hash in here, then there's something wrong. Match value dot get hash. Wait, what? Some hash. Groovy J Jill, hello, hello. This is a value then, and we can convert that value to a string, because it should be a string. Is there a way to check if an enum, Rust if enum equals matches? Okay, I've never seen that macro. Returns whether the given expression matches any of the given patterns. Okay. Pattern matching is also something I haven't done a lot of in Rust. Hang on, I'm gonna get something to drink really quick. What are you doing, by the way? Web dev? No, it's not web development. It's a longer story. But the system that I'm developing is called ImmoSid, which stands for Instant Manager of Sections in dot files. So dot files are all kinds of config files. For a lot of tools use them. Vim is a prominent example. But basically, any program has a config file. And a lot of people, I don't know how far you are into Linux, you probably know this. A lot of people just save all their dot files in a Git repo and then apply it, and they have it everywhere. And I'm developing an InstantOS, the Linux distro, which ships with dot files and also updates them once there's a new version. And the system that I'm working on is able to detect if a dot file has been modified by the user, in which case it doesn't update it, because else all the user customizations would be gone. And it's also capable of updating just sections of these dot files, which means that, for example, if I have a program that has configuration for behavior and configuration for the color scheme in the same file, if the user just changes the color scheme, they still might want to get updates for the behavior of the program. And by dividing the file into different sections, like one section for the color scheme, one section for the behavior of the program, then what this program can do is update the section for the behavior of the program while still keeping the user customizations. So it's basically a compromise between just overwriting everything with the upstream version or not updating that stuff at all because the user might have modified it. And Arch, actually, Pacman has a similar system, but a lot more primitive, where it just doesn't it saves the hash of the file in the package, because obviously the package has the hash. And if the hash doesn't match, if the hash of the file doesn't match the hash in the package database, it just doesn't get updates anymore. That's kind of a problem, because if you miss an update, then the same behavior will be triggered. And yeah, so it's not ideal. And this is kind of an attempt to allow people to customize their stuff and still get updates. I don't know if that was like comprehensible in any way, but I hope gives some insight into the crazy scientist stuff I'm doing. Human from YouTube says, and we have a Twitch viewer. Hey, welcome. We have 3 Twitch viewers, actually. Ooh. Twitch is popping off like crazy. The beauty of not having a partnership with any streaming service. Okay. None just returns none. If there's no hash, there's no special meta file, I guess. Oh yeah, and for the people who are new, which there seem to be some people, what I'm doing right now is developing a system to have sections, or rather some part of the immersid functionality, without having a comment syntax in the file. So normally immersid, whoops, shit, what did I do now? Normally the sections look like this, that there's a comment, then ... then the section name, and then the command. So if I want to begin a section here, I do this, then I do a second marker where the section ends, and between that there's the section content. There's also a section hash, which contains the hash of the content, and if the content changes, then the hash of the content will no longer match this, and immersid knows that the content has been modified. And that's basically the entire system. But if your file doesn't have any comment syntax, which some config files don't, then you can't really do that. So I'm working on a way to save that metadata information in a separate file. So if immersid processes that file, it looks for the metadata file and uses that instead. This will probably be at the cost of the ability to have multiple sections in the file, because then I'd have to parse the file itself to figure out where stuff moved if the user adds like a line. So it's probably just if the user modifies the file at all, then it realizes. But yeah. Also, immersid has a quick way of applying updates on files and sections. One cool thing about immersid is that because everything is in separate sections, you can have a file that has just one section that happens to be one of the sections that it's also present in the file that you want to update. And then if you update that file using the file that just has one section, then just that one section is going to get replaced in the target file. So if you have a config file that contains behavior configuration and appearance configuration, and you separate it into two sections, you can actually apply different themes to it by just applying a file, an immersid file that has just the appearance section and doesn't change like the behavior section at all. Oh yeah, and this is the to-do list. What I wanted to do in the future is probably have like an overlay for the stream that displays some stuff about what I'm doing, because I know that like jumping into coding streams, it can be kind of hard to follow what's happening. And that might be kind of helpful. Or generally, message in general, I can't speak anymore. In general, like periodically display messages on stream that tell you what I'm doing, tell you the links to the website, the YouTube, plug my Patreon, and stuff like that. Oh. Okay. This is an instance status. Whoops. Shit. Okay. Some hash. Let's mute red file. Make this mutable. And declare it up here. Which means that now I can do red file dot hash equals hash dot to string. I hope this works. Nope. Oh. Dot unwrap. Oh. That oh, of course. Okay, red file right now is an option, which is not ideal. Instead, turn it into an option down here. And now this should, yeah, now it works. Okay, perfect. Can I just do this? I cannot. But if I do this, then I can. No, I can't. Ah, yeah, there we go. And the format is working again, finally. So if it has hash, then that's fine. Match value dot get parent file, some parent file, red file dot parent file equals some parent file dot toString. Whoops. Standard string found enum option. Oh, of course it needs a parent file. Okay. No option here. none leads to, again, returning nothing. Okay. This is quite verbose. I'm wondering if there's a better way to do this. Actually, there is. There is. Just use a for loop. For. Can I iterate over an array in Rust? For Rust iterate over const. I've already Googled that. Okay. Vector. Just a vector. For E in vec. Oof. Yeah. No. No. Wrong kind of brackets. Hash and parent file. Do match value. Actually, let's try the new plugin. Shit. No. There we go. No need for vector, just do a slice with item. Okay, so I guess just do this. Ah, nice. Then we'll use the key. Ah, crap. No, can't do that. Cannot do that. Crap. Because now it's just setting the hash every time. And if I do a pointer, so I need a mutable reference to the item that's getting changed. Actually, there's just 2 of them, so we could just be better off copying, right? Yes, there's just hash and string. Okay, never mind. And then there's target file and source file. I think, I don't know. Probably not worth it. Match source and target. Target. And source. Red.target file. Nope. Target file, parent file, .toString. This should give me an error. Yep, it does. Wait. I'm gonna use the new fancy plugin. Word. And I wanna go... Oof. No, I forgot. J, probably. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Some string. Mismatched. Parse file. There we go. Okay. So far so good. And those are actually not required, so I can just don't do all that crap. Red file dot target file equals parent file. No. Value.get target. I mean, it already returns an option. Why match the option and then turn it back into an option? Right? Oh, no. Okay. I need to turn it into a string. That's the problem. Yep. No way around that. Okay, only problem now is if someone were to do an array, for example. I think all of them need to be strings, else. And for that, we actually can use splices. Or in hash parent file target force to match value.get key some value none just does nothing. If match matches. Okay, Rust matches example. No. Matches who, and then okay. Sorry, left the stream earlier. Which developer are you and what app are you building? I'm the developer of a Linux distro called InstantOS, which I'm also using right now. And I'm building a system that allows me to update dot files for the distro while simultaneously keeping user customizations. So the system can detect if the user modified a dot file and then doesn't update it, because else it would be overwriting what the user did as customization. And it also allows me to to divide dot files into different sections which contain different kinds of content. So if a program has two sections in the dot file, one of them is for appearance, one of them is for behavior, then I can update those and modify those independently of one another. So if the user modifies the section appearance, so it changes like the color scheme and stuff, then I can still continue to update the behavior section of the dot file, and it detects that the appearance has been modified, so it doesn't update that anymore, because else the customizations would be gone. And it still updates the behavior section of the dot file, because that has not been modified by the user. Basically, open source, yes. It's github.com/InstantOS and all the stuff here. Cool. A single person that actually found the live stream not through just knowing me already. I've been blessed by the YouTube algorithm with 3 viewers. But honestly, welcome.
5 actually.
Oop. Okay. I have no idea what this. Okay. Yeah, YouTube Studio is shit. Like, just slow and crappy. I primarily use Ubuntu LTS. That's what I was using before Arch and then InstantOS. Yasin Ryan. Okay, now we know that YouTube Studio is lying.
Which
Huh?
reminds me of the recent GNOME update where they side dock thingy.
You got cut off. Cut off.
Hopefully not cut up.
So they moved.
Did you see the recent GNOME update where they removed the dock to the left side where you usually could switch applications?
They moved the dock to the left side again.
No, they removed it.
Oh, yeah. I saw that GNOME 40. I actually followed that quite closely, and turns out they didn't fix the performance. It's even worse. Like, if you take a look at every single YouTube demo of it, it drops frames like crazy. Like if you go into that view,
they made everything just 1 or 2 clicks harder.
Yeah, but if you go into that overview thing that you need for basically everything, then it always drops frames. Like this thing should be optimized AF if it is needed for everything. But did they change the settings, or how did they make it harder to reach stuff?
I mean, just because you have to go into the overview stuff, it's an extra step if you just want to switch windows with your mouse.
Oh yeah.
It's not just you click, but you have to open the overview and then you click.
Oh yeah, they removed the dock. Actually, I don't know if there ever was a dock that was permanent. I think that's just an Ubuntu thing.
Okay, but even yeah. I just saw it and heard people cursing about it.
Yeah, but the dock was always just in the overview. It's just that all the extensions to move it back and move it to where Unity used to have it, they are not ported yet to GNOME 40. I think they might be now, but a lot of extensions got broken.
No, okay, that explains it.
I always wanted to use Linux, but I always have problems with audio or video. Huh. Sounds like NVIDIA. Or in case it's not, then you might, I don't know how long ago you tried it last time, but audio and video is pretty mature, I think, for most pieces of hardware. Can you look at the code that they posted, if it's what you're looking for? Where did you post it? In like stream bot spam? Bot spam? Amogus for InstantOS? I don't think that's what you were referring to. Oh. I don't know where the code is. I see you use Vim, and I think new Vim is installed by default. Have you ever used Emacs? I tried it a couple times, but I don't know. I learned Vim, and I think since they're pretty much the same, why not stay with Vim? Like, that's been going on forever, and Vim was the first thing I learned. It could have been Emacs, but it wasn't, so I'm using Vim. Yes, I use NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA kind of sucks for Linux. It used to be a lot worse. I think it's gotten better, definitely. Like a couple years ago, I was getting regular crashes. That's completely gone. And I think they're even making an effort to properly support Wayland in the future. But yeah, NVIDIA is just a bad company in general. Like, not only is their Linux support bad, but they're just buying up technologies and making them NVIDIA card only, and CUDA is 2 gigabytes. I don't know how you do that.
In the scientific community, people are also basically forced to use NVIDIA.
Yeah, because of CUDA.
But there would be because of CUDA, yes, but there would be an open standard that is basically CUDA for everyone, but NVIDIA doesn't support it, or just supports it, but it sucks.
OpenCL? I think
Yeah.
AMD tried to do OpenCL, which is open and for every graphics card. But the problem with that is that they were too late. CUDA existed first, and that's what people based all their stuff on. And it's probably also intentionally built to be hard to like have a compatibility layer or anything like that.
Yeah, correct.
Like NVIDIA
Yeah, then
is.
there's the whole mining controversy.
Oh yeah, they.
But there I don't know what NVIDIA is supposed to do. I mean, they were still a bit clumsy with that one, and half measury. But there is just no good measure to prevent people from buying all the stock for mining.
I think I'm not a fan of the mining GPUs because they're that way. It's just ensured that they get basically dumped in the ocean once the mining boom is over, instead of on the used market.
Yes, also there it has been worked around for 2 times now, I think.
Oh no! Oh, okay. That's something completely different. That's the mining block on the GTX something, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Another thing they did is
You mean mining only cards in the
yeah,
sense that they don't have
mining
display
parts.
ports.
Yeah, they don't have display ports, and they're doing that. So
Those at least can be used for scientific computing. I mean, I don't think they will be just dumped in the ocean.
I don't know. I think they might even have further restrictions, but there's definitely less of a market for those, especially because it's all middle grade cards.
I mean, I agree they should be general purpose, and there is it would probably even be cheaper because they didn't have to design and manufacture different boards. So it's just basically a bad decision.
Okay, NVIDIA rant over. Like when I want to use OBS to record or something, or want to display my screen on Discord, I have problems captioning particular screens. Oh, do you know what that could be? the comment. Okay, that's a different topic. That's Wayland. Okay, yeah, there are basically two standards for doing screens and user input output using keyboards and mice. And right now, there's a switch being done from Xorg, which is an age-old system that has been in use until now, to a new standard called Wayland, which is then responsible for handling displays, handling windows and stuff. And Wayland is basically not ready yet. I think 5 years ago they said in 2 years it'll be ready. It's not ready yet. It's not it doesn't have feature parity. It's a lot more unstable. It lacks tons of stuff, and just because it's kind of cool and Xorg is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, people are pushing it way too hard, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't switch to it unless you're a technical person that cares about display protocols and stuff like that. And
that is also willing to stomach
yes,
things like that not working.
yes,
But yes, it's probably not going to be ready for another 3-4
and
years.
some distros already have switched to it by default. And I have heard about Wayland and X11 and don't know how to switch. You can do switching by either just using Linux Mint, which doesn't support Wayland, so you'll have Xorg by default. And also, if you log out, you were mentioning Ubuntu. If you log out of your system, like it's in the top, if you click on it, and then there should be something like you can log out. Manjaro GNOME. Same with that, I think. And what you can do is then there should be, I think when you log in, there's like a cog in the middle where you can click on that, and there should be GNOME and GNOME on Xorg. If you choose GNOME on Xorg, then it should work. Or just switch to, I don't know, another desktop environment that doesn't use Wayland by default.
By the way, what does Pop! OS use?
I don't know. I think it might be using Wayland for non-NVIDIA and Xorg for NVIDIA. I mean, they even have 2 separate ISOs. But Wayland on NVIDIA is even worse than Wayland without NVIDIA. Because NVIDIA doesn't properly support everything in Wayland. Like, there's tons of APIs that NVIDIA just doesn't support with Wayland. InstantOS, I think it worked right. InstantOS doesn't use Wayland, that's why it works better with NVIDIA.
I mean, it's got to work because you're doing it right now, basically.
Yes, I'm using NVIDIA and I'm doing screen capturing. Wayland has some initial work on screen capturing done, but a lot of applications haven't been updated yet to use the new ways of screen capturing, and some of them probably never will, if we're being honest. They don't support GBM, but that's on the way. Yeah, but there's tons of other APIs that they don't support either. Like I tried building WL roots. There's an what's it called? EGL streams fork of WL roots, which is the library that most Wayland compositors are using outside of GNOME. And there was still a bunch of stuff that just isn't supported by NVIDIA. Like, it's not just GBM. So yeah, I don't know, Mayano 14. You could use InstantOS if I may plug my own stuff here, and if you don't want to do that yet because it's still in beta, and you could run into other problems if you're not a user that's like sort of familiar with Linux. You don't have to be like a programmer. And the aim is that new people should be able to use InstantOS. But yeah, I think Linux Mint might be a good choice. Or you figure out how to run GNOME on Wayland. I tried Instant like half a year ago. Oh, how did it go? It was good. Cool, nice to hear. I mean, now it's hopefully even better. I'm developing a Wayland compositor, so I know that it's just about GBM. NVIDIA's EGL streams is a major pain. Huh. Okay. I tried compiling some stuff for Wayland on NVIDIA, but if you know I like GNOME, I'm pretty near to Linux, for instance. Yeah, probably. NVIDIA's EGL streams is a major pain. Yeah, I did some stuff. Okay, back on topic. On the other topic, I did some stuff with NVIDIA and Wayland, and then asked in the IRC channel, and they said that this and that API isn't supported by NVIDIA yet either, apart from just GBM and EGL streams. Linux Mint is old looking. I guess that's true. But it's also really stable and doesn't have all the problems that GNOME has. Like GNOME has just random stuff that uses an unreasonable amount of CPU. I hate KDE. Okay, then Linux Mint probably isn't for you either because it's pretty similar. GNOME seems way more modern but has shitty user experience things. Why do you hate KDE though, if you don't like the user experience of GNOME? Because KDE is pretty much what Windows or macOS offers. Okay, back to this stuff.
No, sorry. Okay, I'll let you get back.
I don't know, I always manage to break KDE desktops. It's a superpower I have. Same. KDE breaks easily, I agree. Like, if you're using a distro that ships with KDE out of the box and don't do too much with it, you should be fine. But, for example, if you're using another desktop environment and then install KDE on top, and you still keep the config files for the other desktop environment, then KDE just breaks all the time. And GNOME is pretty much impossible to break. It's very possible to make GNOME misbehave and be really slow, but breaking is really hard. Yeah. I wonder what that was. The only interactions we do with the GPU is buffer management and some audio over HDMI stuff. I don't know. And since IRC doesn't have logs, I don't know. I can't look it up either. But something wasn't supported by NVIDIA. Something out of EGL streams. Okay. By the way, how does this matches macro work? This kind of doesn't really... Wait, what? Okay. Can I just convert anything to Boolean with Rust? Or does that not work? Like, if... Hello. Println hello. Okay, mismatched. Guess not. But yeah, Maeno, I could recommend. I'm recommending Linux Mint, or Ubuntu Mate is also pretty good. It's even more old looking. I think Linux Mint is actually pretty modern, compared to Mate or LXDE. If let enum value test var. Oh. I don't think that's what I'm looking for right now. I want to check if the value is of type string. And this matches macro seems to require to have this expression output a Boolean. Rust if enum type. Like, I could just do a match expression, but that's extremely long. You could imagine that being on Windows since I was a child, not looking for a distro with a desktop environment that looks like Windows. Then, Oh, Elementary is also very good. Elementary is really good. Like, it's really stylish, kind of macOS-like, but also has its own thing. Also uses Xorg. I think it doesn't even have Wayland yet. I don't know how NVIDIA is, but I think NVIDIA support for it is pretty good, because it's also based on Ubuntu. And DDE, probably that's a bit experimental, I think. That is why I like window managers. I think they're called Instant or GNOME. Instant WM is the window manager of Instant OS. And GNOME is just a desktop environment. It's like a huge collection of programs. It's the criteria for being a window manager is not being different than Windows, but it's rather how much functionality is included in the program and what it does. Yeah, elementary.io is really good. Also, that domain must have been pretty expensive. Ubuntu DDE is a spin of Ubuntu with the Deepin desktop environment. And Deepin is also pretty good. Well, ads on an open source website, okay. But I think Deepin isn't really stable. It also has some issues. I think some part of it is web-based and doing some crazy stuff with Qt. But I haven't heard enough about DDE to recommend it. Like, it looks nice, but does it actually hold up in everyday usage? Deepin wasn't like super spyware with government things. Deepin is, like, it's not as bad as Windows, but it had some spyware in it. And Ubuntu DDE is basically a Deepin, an Ubuntu spin using the Deepin desktop environment, and I think it actually has the spyware removed. Like, the spyware isn't part of the desktop environment, it's probably somewhere built into libraries and stuff. But I'm not sure. Yeah, my recommendation is elementary. Actually, this picture-in-picture stuff looks really promising. By the way, those aren't videos. I've checked that out some time ago. It's actually, yeah, this is CSS animations. Like, they didn't screen record the desktop. They just did this. I don't really know why they would recreate their desktop in CSS, but they did. Okay. That is more performant or not? Elementary, I think performance is a bit better than GNOME, a bit worse than Linux Mint. Like, somewhere between GNOME and Linux Mint. Oh, CSS animations, I mean. I think video players are actually quite expensive sometime. You need to decode all that video. Video players are a lot more expensive than most people think. So I think this might actually be cheaper since it's just a single image. Like, if they recreated more complicated animations in CSS, then I could see that being an issue. But these are just like a few images, or in this case, fading out and stuff. But yeah, video players are quite expensive. Like, for example, if you do web browsing on a Raspberry Pi, where you don't necessarily have video acceleration for video players, it breaks down really fast. DDE is a nice looking desktop environment. It's what Huawei uses, I think. Huawei uses Linux. I mean, it kind of makes sense since they've been banned from the US. But I think they use Ubuntu Kylin, or how it's called. CSS animations, I mean, yes, I think for phones it's better. And Google SEO. Yeah. Okay, match value. Actually, yeah. Let's back to Toml. Okay, I don't have that open anymore. Rust Toml can be string, I think. Yeah, string, integer, float. Is there like a catch-all for... Oh yeah, Huawei started to ship Linux Linux laptops. True, I totally forgot about that. I don't know if they still do. I think they gained access to Windows again. Did they? Let's check from when that is. 2019. Okay, I think they switched back to Windows. Windows 10, yep. Okay. Or maybe there aren't any English articles about Huawei anymore. Expect a tuple struct or tuple variant found struct string. Wait, what? What's wrong here? Use struct pattern syntax instead. String vec. Wait, what? Okay. Missing match arm. String. Expected. Oh, value. There we go. Because string is already used by the standard library. And now I need a catch-all. Actually, let's check my RAM. Okay. Yeah, value string. Woof. Rust match catch-all. Also the 10th time I've Googled this. Okay, it's just underscore. Underscore goes to println, eprintln. Immersid a meta file, error. I probably have to include the name in there somewhere. Return none. There we go. Okay. I think that's worthy of a commit. Sorry to push it, but for source and target, you can just do an if let some. Wait, what? If let some parent file. That file dot target file equals some parent file dot toString. Okay, wait. Yeah, I'm not happy with this. This is too verbose. So was if let some parent file. What does if let do in Rust? For some use cases when matching enums is awkward. Ooh, perfect. Matched optional sum I, this is a really long string, and blah blah blah. Required because match is exhaustive. If let sum I equals number. So am I assigning stuff here? If let destructures number into sum. Evaluate the block. It's a pattern match. You can match anything using if let, just like with match, but only one variant. If let sum parent file equals value dot get target Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it now. Okay. Red file dot target file equals sum parent file dot toString. And now this can go bye-bye. And same for target and source and all that stuff. Okay. Wait, what? No. Target file. Target. Why didn't it complain here? There we go. I mean, yeah, it worked as well with the wrong names, but it's confusing. Same for hash. If let sum hash file hash equals value dot get hash, then red file dot hash equals hash dot toString. Whoops. Yep, and this can go now. Confusing gets highlighted. Nice. Discord is doing the opposite thing. And it's only matching entire words if you search for something. So if you would search for confusing, if you would search for confuse, then confusing wouldn't show up. Only if you type confusing, the entire word, then it shows up in the Discord search. Probably done to save resources.
Yeah, which would be fine as a default, but you'd want the option to have partial matches.
Yeah. Conf_sas. I mean, that way you avoid pinging people. Red file dot parent file equals parent file dot toString. Now delete that. Target is already there. Just here. Parse file. Parse file. Oop. Oh, just source. What is the code for? It's for a system to update dot files without destroying user customizations. And yeah, it basically works by dividing the dot file into sections. And then if the user modifies one of those sections, then that section won't get updates anymore, since those would override the customizations. And that way I can divide like into appearance and behavior. And if the user modifies appearance, then the appearance won't get changed by the updates anymore, but the behavior still will. And some other stuff as well. But that's the basics of that program. Okay, perfect. Maybe I could even do this, and the formatter won't let me. Okay, one-liners are not that great. Wait, I actually probably can do the same here then, right? If let no. If let some e. Whoop. The comp-sci correct way to do stuff would be to parse the different files, get an extended ast, and manipulate that until ready to write it back. What do you mean by that? You mean like parsing the actual file contents?
I'm just commenting on stuff. So basically, what you really want to do is actually parse the file content, get a tree of its semantics, and then change stuff in that tree.
Yeah, I mean that's.
But then you would have to have parsers for all the different
Yeah,
file types.
that's why I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. That's why I didn't say it in the stream. I just made the comment in there.
Yeah.
Just so people who are interested know.
I think that's what GNOME does for its config and stuff like that, because I don't think any human is supposed to modify that. But yeah, that should mostly be done by the program that actually owns the config. If let some key, then no. If let some value equals value dot get key. So if the key is present, then I can just do this in here. Wait, what? No. some value. Value colon string. Nothing. There we go. And now we can just not do that. Okay. I hope this works. Polly, in case you're still here, can you confirm that this if block gets executed if the value is a string? Yeah, I think that should work. Like it's doing pattern matching. If let then it's correct, and if it's not, if that's not the case, we got a Twitch bot. Want to become famous by followers, primes, and viewers on bigfollowers.com. I mean, buying primes seems kind of dumb, since I'm just giving myself money, but I'm getting part of that, giving that to Twitch, and part of that to the Twitch bot. Oh, cool. I've never seen bots on Twitch. They might actually be just in the API, right? Where's the chat? Yep, it's not showing here, I think. Right? Okay, this is not updating at all. That's not too helpful. Wait, what? Did the Restream bot just... Oh yeah, we actually have a person in Twitch chat. Are you seeing that through the Restream bot or actually on the website? I think with most streamers, the bots don't think they have a chance, or the bot makers rather. Like if you have like, I don't know, a couple thousand viewers, a random bot in Twitch chat is not gonna get you to buy any. But I'm not going to either. I think like buying a bunch of viewers can actually be pretty harmful because the algorithm probably will figure that out at some point and then punish you for it big time. Okay. If that's the case, then we will do nothing. Else return eprintln error in meta file. Oop. Return none. Let's say I'm most competent with C, Python, Bash, JavaScript, Perl, schemes. I've never heard of scheme. C++, Java, and Go in that order. Oh, that's quite a lot. Regarding the philosophy of Rust, in principle, I agree with the whole fast compiler checks as much as it can, but lately they seem to get overtaken by the political agendas. Rust has political stuff? I mean, I guess they kept the Pride Month stuff.
I just saw a bit of their conferences and stuff like that, and some of them are you get the impression that it's more about inclusiveness and gender politics and um, what else? Social justice, which are important issues. I no no question, but that they talk more about that stuff on their cons than the technical things.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't follow that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the language is okay, I don't really care. I just wanted to learn a little bit more about Rust. I watched a couple of talks and I was surprised that that was the central issue, and you heard very little about the technical stuff.
Yeah. Mm, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, as long as the language doesn't suffer from that, I don't really care. And also, from what I've seen from Rust, the syntax and syntactic sugar stuff is a bit heavy.
Yeah, I don't know why
That's
they're not using var and let instead.
yeah, that's language wise, but I mean, since I've never gotten that deep into Rust. I That's just my superficial.
Mm.
I'd be careful with that.
Modern language for modern world. Probably trying to fix modern problems as well. Makes me think of the modern problems require modern solutions meme. But I think I'm kind of fine with it since a lot of the uh, a lot of open source projects also like to complain about the gays overtaking everything and ruining software development and stuff like that. And they can show that they're not part of that. um, I don't know. Like I think Odyssey is kind of going in that direction. I mean, they have a lot of money to be made there since all the people got banned from Twitter and now they're using Odyssey. And they're kind of catering to that audience. And
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm of the opinion that gender politics and gender issues and inclusiveness and social stuff and I don't know, racial stuff are really important issues. But if you want to get technical stuff done, then maybe that's an issue for organizations and not for conferences where you do technical talks.
yeah,
Mm.
the
And
gays.
also, oh, if the gay agenda takes over tech, so where is the problem? I mean, you can still do technical stuff, and it's not like they are gonna push everyone out. It's just they want what they just want to get the same visibility and treatment as everyone else. And
Yeah,
and on each side there are crazy people who are oversensitive and cry and try to make it about themselves, but that's never gonna change. But for most part, it's just reasonable demands that you can just give into, I think.
yeah. Probably be right
Like
back. Just saying in
like
case
for
you're
instance, we
rusty.
don't want to be discriminated against. We want to be properly represented, and um, we want to have a nice workplace experience. That's reasonable things to ask. We
Yes.
that is just basic human rights stuff.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I think Odyssey has some weird stuff. And Trying to think of. I mean, some people got mad about the GNOME code of conduct, but I'm guessing that was also partly a response to some people abusing like the racism reporting system in quote unquote. But it might have been also poorly worded, but GNOME is probably like with Rust more. The GNU Foundation, I don't know. Okay, but
I mean, one of the most recent issues was the thing that master and slave got renamed to
yeah. I mean,
whatever, and the thing with blacklist, whitelist, allow and deny list. That's I mean, it just seems a bit silly. It's just historic, and yes, you don't have to rename everything. You can just transition to more inclusive language if that is something you deem worthy. But I mean, there's also the problem that that sort of stuff distracts from probably more pressing issues. For example, Google has this large mono repo that they use internally to develop, and they have developed their own Git basically that can handle the huge mono repository and
heard of that.
check out
Google 3
parts of it and stuff like that. And it was estimated that the blacklist whitelist name change and the master to main name change in that tool consumed about $1 million US dollars in developer time just to implement and test and do that stuff. And I'd propose that maybe $1 million US dollars could have been used for politically for a better purpose than that, maybe. So it's this gender language stuff is sometimes maybe not the first thing we should change, and yeah, it's just a distraction. And also you make yourself you expose yourself to criticism by the your extreme opposition by that, because if the right wing people hear such things, they are just gonna cry and say, oh my god, they want to change the way how we talk. What is this 1984 the novel where
George
they want
Orwell.
to change speech, and then they scream, oh that's just freedom of speech against it, and stuff like that. So you basically hand deliver them ammunition against you. But if you have reasonable points and focus on the big issues, like yeah, maybe people should be treated nicely in the workspace, especially because we have a lot of a high suicide rate amongst transgender people and bi and homosexual people. Maybe that's that they are treated with basic dignity is the higher priority than to rename some branches in your monorepo.
I mean, yeah, like retroactively going in, I don't know, like you could just say that they're actually products of their time, which is true. I think GitHub Tech took the right approach and just named all new repos main with the default branch. Like it didn't go in and changed anything with existing repos. And
yes, they did well. And they got for some reason they even got shit for that.
Yeah, like that I can't understand.
Also just yes.
Google probably has more issues in the workplace itself. But just going forward, using the new words doesn't cost anything. and actually has some benefits, like building less negative associations and just a lot of subconscious impact on how we use language. Retroactively, I don't know, like Disney also still...
Yeah, and there's this whole issue with basically that also changes historic documents and history itself, like when the Hays Code came out for Hollywood movies, people were
Yes.
retroactively censoring old movies, or I don't know, cigarettes were edited out, or even George Lucas changing Star Wars all the time. You could make an argument that, yeah, well, that's just history, and we have to learn from our history, so we shouldn't change it. We should just move on and do it better in the future.
Yeah. For example, I think, does Git itself plan to rename the default branch to main?
I have no idea, but as long as it doesn't cost hideous amounts of development time, they should just make it optional and just make main the default.
Yeah,
But still have it work with master, same as GitHub.
I think, wait a second, git test, git init.
But we lost the chat.
True words. Okay.
They are discussing something
I
more
think
technical.
I think if you don't have a git config, then it asks you to set the default branch name in your git config. It still uses master, but it always has this huge annoying message that only goes away once you configure your main branch name, which means that it, for now, like, it encourages changing it to main in the git config, which is kind of odd. I think it would have been way easier to just change it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that would have broken just too many scripts and tooling that I use Git and expect for new repositories or new checkouts the master branch to be there. But I suspect you could just work around and internally alias it to main or something like that.
Or I think
so
actually,
check if there is a master branch and the user requested a master branch, use that. Otherwise, use the main, something like that.
I think GitHub does that as well. Like, Immersid is new. It does use main, yeah. And then if I go in here and change main to master, I should get, yeah, I get the same file. So it's an alias. And I am planning on like changing the InstantOS repos from master to main, because that way I can also just use the same scripts to pull from different repos through the GitHub raw HTTP stuff, without like having to have an if each time if it's main or master, in case they ever remove the alias. And it also just looks cleaner to have all named the same.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost you
Yeah.
$1 million in developer time.
Yeah, like it,
So
I can just grab.
Is a fairly small and fairly new project, so it's okay. There's just no reason not to.
Yeah, just have those bunch of URLs. Didn't know of these changes. Interesting world. Oh, yeah, there was like a year ago, 2 years ago, I don't know. Also, I think blacklist and whitelist and allow list and deny list are just clearer to understand. Like,
Yeah.
if you
It should
don't
have been-
associate black with negative, it makes no sense, the word.
Yeah. I mean, that is clearly the better naming because it's more intuitive to people. For example, like us who are not from the US, we
Yeah.
don't have sayings like "that's mighty wide of you" or something like that.
Oof. Okay. Commit stuff. Init meta files. Yeah. Actually, now I'm kind of thinking how much time I lost retyping the same GitHub password all over and over. Also, I just recently did two-factor authentication for my accounts. Previously, I didn't do it because it relied on hardware, like the Google Authenticator that all services recommend is kind of stuck on your phone, which is not great, considering that phones
That's not correct.
I didn't know that's an open standard.
Yeah, I mean, you can look into tools like GoPass, which is a password manager for the command line written in Go,
Yeah.
and
I
it also
thought-
manages like that stuff.
Yeah, I thought that was the case and didn't really look into it for years until I just realized that it's just the QR code is literally just a secret key that you can put into any program that supports it, and you can track it via Git and you can back it up, and if you lose your phone, it's not a big deal. And I'm using KeePass XC now, and also Aegis Authenticator for Android. But, yeah, you wanted to say something?
I forgot.
Okay. Use Authy changed my life. Authy. What's Authy? Two-factor authentication app. Wait, what? Protect yourself from hackers and account takeovers. This seems kind of dodgy. Powered by Twilio. You can save the QR URL and use it on another device. It's for two-factor authentication with Cloud Sync. Yeah, I wouldn't use that. This doesn't look great. It's called, what's it called? TOTP is the standard.
Yeah, what my minimum requirement for two-factor authentication system is that it doesn't sync to anything. I want the database on my device and only there.
Yes. Like I'm using.
I want to be able to do backups or use the same database on devices, but it has to be local.
Yeah. Phone is back. What up? Talking stuff. But if anything shows you like a QR code, then you can use it with Aegis Authenticator, which is on F-Droid and the Play Store. It's just Google Authenticator, but open source and better. And you can share and copy those QR codes using that app, and also back it up as a JSON file. And if you use a password manager like KeePass XC, it also has built-in support for those. The system basically works by having like a key that's a secret, and then putting that through a bunch of complicated stuff that also contains the time. And it's like a hash, basically impossible to revert that. And if you know the key and the time, you can generate temporary passwords. It doesn't actually use anything like the phone hardware or stuff like that. I thought it did. Like, yeah, I don't know why they're all recommending Google Authenticator. But what I'm doing is using KeePass.xc to keep a KeePass database. KeePass is also an open standard that's supported by a bunch of different apps and mobile apps as well. So even if KeePass.xc stops development in the future, I can just use another KeePass app. And I'm tracking that via Git. So I can also go back and stuff if the thing ever corrupts. Okay. Oh. Next stuff we need is when initializing a special file, we need to check if there is a meta file that exists. So if a meta file exists, don't use the comments inside that.
By the way, do you save like version information in the meta file, so if you ever change format, you can convert and react to stuff?
That's probably a good idea. So just a version key in the TOML file.
Yeah, maybe. So what a lot of programs do is, yeah, a version key in the TOML file, like, I don't know, meta version, and some also save like the version of the tool itself that was used to write that file, and timestamp. So that's always a useful thing to have in your custom file formats.
Yeah. Like, yeah, TOML is not a custom, or you probably know TOML. But
yeah, it's not custom, but basically what you are doing,
yeah,
the data construct you are saving as TOML is a custom thing.
My comments above, I never know if you missed them or ignore them, Leo. Oh, I missed them. iBuild install instant WM is giving me building errors. Can you check if that's just me? Okay. This is too dark. Like, this doesn't look good with one dark, by the way. Just all the normal text is basically a comment. Oh, there's a failure. Yep. What this?
Some include error that all the...
I think it's got something to do with config.h and config.f.h.
Yeah, right. That is what I thought as well.
Okay, it's just making this stuff, but it's not actually copying the dev.h to the .h. Which means... yeah, it moved this to a temp directory, which I won't need. And then... wait, what? No. Oh, if there's a config.h, then remove it. So if I remove config.h, does that work now? Whoops. I think that's a success. Okay. Actually, let's change back the theme. I actually changed the background because this is slightly different than this one. And I overwrote that. Okay. This should be fixed now. Fix instant wm config. Good to know that each version in the repos actually has an outdated config.h, config.dev.h. Because until now there weren't any syntax breaking changes. Okay. Yeah, now the iBuild install instant wm should work again. Ooh, xkcd.
Yeah, that was just because typing passwords.
Yeah.
Actually, the chart is pretty nice. I do automation of tasks for my day job, basically automated testing of stuff. And that chart is actually kind of handy.
Based xkcd.
I mean, he is a smart guy, the xkcd guy. No
Oh, it's just
question.
one guy?
Yeah, it's just one guy.
I didn't know that.
He is also a physicist.
Cool. Okay. Emois. Oh, I have the fuck. No, I don't have it configured. I might consider actually adding that. It's quite smart at times. Do you know that program?
Yes, I do. Basically, you run into an error and fuck pauses the error and reacts to it appropriately. And it does a lot of different program errors like sudo and like, oh, permission denied. It tries sudo and stuff like that, right?
No. You could probably also do that with AI, although you might actually spend more time correcting the AI than just writing it yourself.
Yeah, you could basically just collect shell sessions, input and output, and just whenever an error occurs and the next command fixes it, or the next 2 or 3, you could just have the AI learn that and automatically do it.
Whoops.
The fuck AI.
I like how the repo is just called the fuck. Like it's a name.
Yeah, the fuck AI or the fucking AI.
Oh, this is the wrong file. There we go. Immersid version. Config version. Syntax version. And integer, probably.
I mean, Immersid version sounds kind of good, yes. I would make it either, if there is a version type, I would make it of a version type or a float, because then you can have like in between versions. And
is version like an actual type in Rust?
I don't know, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a version type or a library that introduces that type.
Semver. Oh, yeah, actually, it does have these standardized versioning schemes for the TOML files with like cargo and stuff. I heard of that. Like, it also allows you to specify bigger than and an arbitrary version between that and stuff like that.
Yeah, that
Does
would
tons of
probably
stuff.
be a good thing.
Although I'm not sure how that would be useful with just having static versions. But is Semver installed by default? No, it's not. It's not part of the standard.
So semantic version just is nice because you just see the change from version to version, and you know, is it a breaking change? Is it a feature change, or is it just a minor bug fix? That information encoded in the version is kind of nice to have.
Oh, yeah. Actually, none of the Instanize programs have versions yet, so I've never looked into that. Is semantic versioning?
That's not entirely correct. I think I implemented it for instant WM.
Ah. Oh yeah. It's like the date string and stuff in there.
Yeah, and git commit, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just run instant WM
Yeah. But
minus
like
minus
with
version.
the stuff you'd see in GitHub releases, like human-made version numbers.
Yeah, but I think the way I wrote it is also that it uses the tags in Git that you would use to create human releases on GitHub. At least I think I did that. I might just have a fever dream.
No, it's definitely got something that parses version strings or creates them. Is semantic versioning like the standard?
Actually, I was low key hoping that you would adapt it for the other C-based tools.
Oh, okay, yeah, probably.
Is semantic version
Is that like the standard way that most programs are versioned, or?
Yeah, a lot of programs are switching over to that kind of versioning. So they have a standard, as you can see, and basically the standard says the major version, the one that's in front. If you change from 2 to 3, you are introducing API breaking changes. So basically it's becoming incompatible. Then the middle digit tells you, okay, there's new features from one to the next, but you didn't break existing API. It's still backwards compatible. And the minor version, the last digit, is just a
bug fix patches.
A change like a bug fix or a hot fix or some rewording or something that shouldn't break backwards compatibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, minor, major, and patch version. Sorry.
I wonder what Chrome does, because they used to do that, I think, and now they're just releasing a major version every time they do anything. Version numbers. 4 parts. Oh. Major, minor, build, and patch. Okay. The Chromium website is super old. Oh no, it's Google Sites. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Wow.
No,
the
So
Chromium.
most of Rust already uses Semver, or basically everything. Then a lot of the newer Python libraries that I know also use it.
You also call it Python, like that. That's it's
Python.
yeah, a Python. But every German I know calls Monty Python Monty Python, not Python. Monty Python.
Yes. I guess it's the th problem that most Germans have.
Oh yeah, so we just adopted kind of
Yeah, we
another
just
word to avoid
silently
that.
work around our in.
Oh, you got cut off.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Get cut off, and when I get cut off, then also you stop talking for me.
Oh, that's probably the memory leak problem or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. In principle, I also had a problem with my ISP here.
Okay. Could
But
also be.
yeah, not sure. I haven't gotten to debugging it yet. And also it's kind of a moving problem. It's always something else.
Everything in Rust follows Semver, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I might just adopt Semver for all InstaNoise projects. Like for some of them, it might be difficult. Like, how do you say that Extra has an API breaking change or dot files?
By the way, can you just run instant wm ---- version? I just want to know what it says.
Yeah, come on. Beta 6, which is in the config, no, in the make file. Build date, hostname, git commit probably, and branch name. That can't be right.
Yeah. Okay, I think I remember. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah,
Thing
that
is,
is the git commit. That's the dev thing is, I think, because you are on a dirty commit, maybe.
oh yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Which means if I do this now, then
Yeah, and the first thing, the beta 6 should be the tag, the git tag, and it's 82 commits from the beta 6 tag away.
Cool.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
So if you were to tag a commit as beta 7, then it would show up as beta 7.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do a git tags or tag git tag? I think that should list the tags.
I just skipped 3 of them. Okay, maybe add that to the to-do.
Beta 2, beta 6. Yeah, and then once you have a stable thing where you would use semantic versioning, or maybe you say we are now at version 0 and at major version 0, and this and beta 7 is 0.7 or something like that. Anyhow, you would just to use it, you would just tag a commit as 0.7.0, for example, in case of beta 7.
Whoa, I didn't know that Git opened up man pages with
But
help.
I'm not sure if Semver has also something in mind for betas and pre-releases and release candidates.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't know if I would tether the versioning to the betas of the entire OS, because I think instant WM is a lot more stable than, for example, instant status or instant status isn't anything yet, but or ImmoSid. So I don't know if I would tie them together.
I mean, what you could, since instant WM, the core component, you could say the overall instant OS version follows the version of instant WM. So basically, whatever instant WM's version is the overall instant OS version, and then the tools like ImmoSid or instant settings or stuff like that. I don't know, instant menu would have their own versioning.
Actually, I think, but the versioning for the betas has been like every time they reach a point where all the APIs are compatible with each other, then it's a new version. So they kind of are tied together. So maybe I could actually do that with semantic versioning.
Yeah, so maybe that's their major version or something. I don't know.
Yeah. That's actually, yeah, I should do the major version thing. But then all of this is kind of pointless because then I would already be at version 7. Yeah, but I don't know.
There's nothing that forbids you to say, okay, until we are at 1.0, we treat the minor version as the beta version, basically. And then once we are at version 0.0, we actually say, okay, that's a major release.
0. What?
I'm just saying to avoid the problem that beta 7 is also version 7, could just say, okay, we follow semantic versioning to the letter only once we have a stable release, and that stable release is major version 1. And until then, you just have a kind of sort of semantic versioning where you start with 0 and every beta is then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Maybe this brings up something. The pre-release version may be denoted by appending a hyphen and a series of dot-separated identifiers immediately following the patch version. Identifiers must blah, blah, blah.
So basically, all the betas would be 0.0.0 minus something.
Yeah. Build metadata may be denoted by appending a plus sign and a series of dot-separated identifiers immediately following the patch or pre-release version.
I mean, it's nice that they provide regex for that, so you know when you are compliant.
Cool. Yeah. And I think, yeah, they might actually have all that stuff covered with betas and stuff like that. So I just follow that.
You would basically, now we would be at 0.0.0 minus beta 7.
Yeah.
That's allowed. You can say beta 7, beta 8, beta 22.
Yeah.
Hopefully not beta 22.
Persons. Oh. Okay, so then
in the Python world, I've also at work written some Python packaging stuff, and in the Python world, sadly, you can't really use semantic version as it is written because PyPy.org doesn't support the plus metadata thing that was mentioned there. So that's basically why in the tooling at my company we didn't use semantic versioning to the letter because PyPy.org complains when you try to upload something that uses the plus metadata stuff.
Yeah.
Which is kind of strange because setup tools and setup tools SCM
They support it.
append the plus metadata stuff.
Oh.
So they are
Oop, you're gone. Oh god, I think his internet broke down. Nope.
mine. Yep, for a moment there again. What was the last thing you heard from me?
Oof, I think that that was the reason that why at your company you don't use semantic versioning, even though it's supported by setup tools and stuff like that.
Yeah, setup tools appends that plus, and PyPy.org rejects it, so they are incompatible with themselves.
German internet strikes again. But you aren't in Germany right now.
No, I'm in Austria.
How's the internet in the country, by the way?
Actually, Austria is cheaper and better than Germany normally, but I live in a very old building, and we have a bit of trouble. Also, the only ISP we can get here, except for what's the Elon Musk thing,
Starlink.
Starlink. Yeah, the only internet we can get here is Magenta.
Oof. Yeah.
And
I don't know what
is not. So we have a bit of a problem here in the building with internet, but generally in Austria they have more glass fiber and cable stuff than Germany, and they are also cheaper than Germany and more organized generally. So in theory, I think I have 500 Mbit down for 35 euros a month.
Cool. Okay. So for Semver, I need to import the crate Semver. By the way, it says that got quite a lot of downloads. Oh, Robert is here. And type TypeScript from Twitch. Databio. I don't know what that means. Internet is best in Romania, both speed and price. I pay less than 10 euros for 1000 MB per second per month. That's awesome. That's pretty insane. Yeah, I was also doing like
yeah. As I said, I think what 1,000 Mbits here would cost like 60 to 80 euros a month.
yeah.
I think.
I was giving one person support and was updating something via Pacman and was just done in like 3 seconds. I don't think that was Robert, but someone else also lived in another country. And it was just pretty insane, the internet speed. Okay, semantic versioning. Cargo build. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. That's expected. There's some unfinished stuff here. Actually, where is it? 924. Meta file.
By the way, there's also that guy who changed his name to settings menu.
Yeah.
I don't know if he just fucked it up himself or not, but maybe at some point we could look into that.
I think that's just Discord rate limiting him, to be honest. Because a lot of the Discord API still thinks he's called Paper Benny. And I think like if you change your name, it triggers a bunch of stuff in different places because Discord has a bunch of API stuff. And it might just take a while. Like for example, if you change your Google profile picture, it also takes up to like a few days to show up on every service. Or your name on Google.
We have a new guest on voice.
Who?
Maru. And apparently he is gonna get us laid.
You didn't have to say that. I just joined it for fun.
Oh, wait a sec. Your mic is a bit bad.
Distorted.
But whoop. Oh god. I think Discord
is
is
it fine now?
It what? It's better now, I think a bit. But
now?
yeah, I can understand it. Kinda.
Oops. I guess like noise torch is messing it up. My bad.
Oh, you're using Noise Torch?
Yep. Pretty cool.
If you're using Noise Torch, you could try just turning off the Discord built-in detection of if you're speaking or not. And that probably helps.
It's already off.
Oh.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of fine now.
Oh, that's cool then. I just randomly joined the VC just to like interrupt the stream.
Okay. Oh, Rust Playground. I didn't know that was a thing. Documentation. Build metadata, pre-release version rec. Actually, I think I'm gonna restart Discord for a sec. It's starting to leak memory like crazy. Okay, should be working now again. And Confuse is gone. Discord is kind of quiet on stream. Okay, I'll turn it up a bit.
And he's back again.
Okay.
I decided to take the opportunity and also restart my Discord.
Yeah. I thought about doing a Mumble server.
Preventive measure.
Yeah. I thought about doing a Mumble server and then bridging it to Discord. I don't think there's a bridge bot for that yet, but it would be pretty useful. To just be able to use Mumble and people could still join and see that someone's in there via Discord. But I might have to write that bot myself. Oh, no. Open source Go application. Okay, actively maintained. Yeah, I could try that sometime because Mumble is really solid. Okay. Build metadata. So creating a new version is do a testing crate. Argo new version test. Argo build. Then where's the Semver stuff? Calendric versioning seems to be an alternative, but oof, taking quite a bash on Semver. And it's been updated 2019 for the last time. Okay. Probably didn't go a lot.
So you sometimes see calendric versioning in some libraries, but I'd say semantic versioning is at least 10 times more prevalent.
Yeah.
Also, calendric versioning might be more intuitive, but it's still useful to know, okay, I have an API breaking change, and you don't communicate that with dates.
Yeah. Okay, now it builds Semver, which goes fairly quick. Use Semver version. And then let test ver equals version. Can I do new? Oh, okay. Seems intuitive enough. 20, 69, 44. Gotcha.
Nice.
Yeah. Oop. Test server dot build metadata equals build metadata. Oof. New, and it's just a text. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Oh, my network usage is going up like crazy and going down again. I don't know what that was.
Auto update.
Probably something like that. Result. Oh, so this actually parses the string. Got it. Pre-release. Oh, Okay, this is quite feature-rich. Well, can you recommend beginners OS dev video series on YouTube? I want to contribute to Instant and other things, but I don't know how to get started. I don't think whether or not you're doing something, or whether or not something you're doing is related to an OS or not, doesn't really play a big role in whether you can contribute or not. Like, for example, if I don't know if you can contribute to Elementary and also use that knowledge to contribute to KDE better. I think it's more relevant to.
The only thing you should start with is the basic tooling that everyone uses. So Git, you should learn and be comfortable in Git. You should know how GitHub and pull requests work and stuff like that. You should know that projects usually have guidelines on how to open issues, how to do pull requests, how to format your code if you contribute that, how to write tests for your code if you contribute, and so on and so forth. So basically learn the basic tooling. You should be firm in at least bash scripting, because that's almost used in every distro at some point. You should know how to use your shell and a good text editor, and beyond that you just have to learn by doing.
Yeah, and most projects have like use different kinds of toolkits and frameworks and stuff like that, and you have to just look into what the I'm interested in kernel dev and other core things. I don't actually do any kernel development. I don't think messing with the kernel is something that most distros should do. Like kernel development is something completely different than distro development, I think. Or in most cases. I mean, I deal with the kernel probably a lot more than an Electron app or anything that's using just GTK and does some utility stuff. But I don't deal with kernel source code or something like that.
Yeah, so kernel development, you must really be firm in C and also the underlying assembler, and you must know about the inner workings of the compiler and the standard library in C and stuff like that. So kernel development is a whole different beast.
Yeah, and for distros, you need to.
Yeah, and of course, the kernel developers are very particular about adherence to their standards and their code quality guidelines. So
Yeah.
basically, my advice would be lurk for a long time at the kernel dev mailing lists, look at other people's work and try to understand that, and then you'll slowly maybe get into kernel development, but it's not something you just do for leisure.
Mhm. Yeah, like what distro devs deal with is like at most kernel modules and RAM disk images and stuff like that. But that's mostly using the kernel, not developing it. MK Blast. Oh, hey. And we're at 8 viewers. Nice. Okay. So for the versioning, I think I'm just going to use placeholders until I read through all of the spec and stuff like that, since that probably won't be very interesting to watch. Did I close down my Immersit instance? Yes, I did. I think I just detached from a session, right? Yep. Oh, no. Oh. Meta file, which will then use... it's getting quite crowded up there. I can combine those into into one line, which would be then file, comma, open options, and delete this. Anything else I can combine? Yep, path and path buff. Oop. fs read to string can also be in there. Is that Nord theme? Are you talking about the editor or the window manager and InstantOS stuff? The editor is OneDark, which is just made by GitHub. It's used in the Atom code editor. And the InstantOS theme is actually the new default theme. So yeah, I'm redesigning the default theme for InstantOS Beta 7. Because the old one had some problems. Contrast wasn't very good at some places. You can see some leftovers here. You can barely make out the eye. And also, it was based on Arc, which is getting quite dated and probably won't get a GTK4 port. So I rebased this new one on Materia, which is also the new default GTK theme. It has these nice little ribbons. Oh, actually it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, I accidentally switched to Vimix. I also tried out Vimix, but the new default is going to be Materia, dark. Probably not dark, probably light. But it has these nice ribbons and these blue accent colors, like with a light color for text and accent elements, and a blue overlay for the default background for focused elements. There's a bunch of more stuff to it. I've written it down somewhere. Maybe I'll do a video or another stream about that. I actually planned on redesigning some of the wallpapers for the installer. I didn't get to that and probably won't this stream. But yeah, I'm doing a bunch of redesign work. By the way, I also redesigned the YouTube banner and stuff. Okay, thank you, YouTube. Are you serious? Okay, I redesigned the banner and my profile picture using the new design already. My GitHub, my Discord is also using the new design. And yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm quite happy with the banner, definitely. I'm approaching 12 gigs of RAM. Got to close down some stuff. This can go. I/O, buff read. Oop. Okay, anything else? Probably not, no. December, colon. December version. It really looks good. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I haven't gotten a lot of feedback for it yet, but I think people like it. It's also quite unique, I think. But yeah, I'm also quite happy with it. And the cool thing is it integrates very well with the Materia GTK theme. And Materia even has a KDE version, which means that Qt apps will also look like they belong on the operating system. Only thing is I'm still in search of a good terminal scheme to combine with it. Maybe I'll create my own, but the old one also, I created that myself and it had some problems. Yeah, all the wallpapers, all the other assets and stuff will get the new color scheme. And yeah, it's good I kept the blend files for all the animated wallpapers. Also the stream UI and stream overlay. I don't have any overlays, by the way. But all the stream design will also get the new color scheme. We'll definitely need to get some getting used to, especially the instant menu and mono. All big changes. The mono? I don't know what you mean by the mono, to be honest. The dark background looks like Adwaita Dark. It's taken from Materia, which is probably kind of inspired by Adwaita, but also inspired by Google and Android Materia design, with these ribbon effects and the slightly rounded corners. Check Nord, they're similar. I did consider Nord as the default theme for InstantOS, but Nord is like a standard theme. It wouldn't make InstantOS stand out from, I don't know, it would just make it very unrecognizable since basically everyone and their mother is using Nord. And also Nord has a lot of problems integrating into some environments. For example, GTK, there's just no good GTK Nord theme. There are some modified versions of other themes that use Nord, but it's dark mode only GTK 2 and 3, mostly not very actively developed, and all that stuff. So Nord looks good in code editors and terminals, but outside of that, it's not really useful. And Materia is a really good GTK theme. It's very good, very well maintained. So I decided to just base my color scheme upon Materia. So I grabbed all the colors out of Materia and then used the accent colors from Materia, changed and rearranged some of them to come up with this. You should also add some more padding to Windows. Okay, this feature is called... I forgot it now. This feature is called Gaps. It's also in an i3 fork and stuff like that. I only want to introduce it once I have the layout system more solid. The layout system currently has some problems with Windows not resizing to the size that the layout requests them to. For example, you can see Nautilus is not resizing to the size it should be in the layout, so it just gets cut off. Actually, no, Nautilus is fine, I think. Yeah, Nautilus is fine. But Discord, for example, is like really bad at resizing, so there it just gets cut off. Ideally, it would adjust the layout so Discord could have its preferred size and have it not cut off, because like this, Discord is basically useless. And if I move it, then the problem gets even worse. Actually, it doesn't. Oh, that's... Long story short, some applications break if you resize them below a certain size, so I can't just force them to take that size. And ideally, the layout would adjust based on how the applications support different sizes, which it currently doesn't. And if I introduce gaps now, which build upon a system that will be changed later anyway, then I just gotta redo both of them, which I don't want to. Also, I don't think gaps are that important, since they're just aesthetic and arguably don't look good and waste screen space. But I mean, I can see them working in some environments. So they can look very good in different circumstances. And they're definitely planned. I'm a GraphBox guy, so don't ask me about theming. GraphBox is very solid. GraphBox works everywhere and is very legible, very thought through. It just doesn't look good with other stuff. If you combine it like with, I don't know, Adwaita, OneDark, any of the other color schemes, it kind of looks very different. I also considered using GraphBox for InstaNoise. I went through a lot of different stuff to come up with that color scheme.
Wait, is there a glitch in the matrix? I'm having deja vus.
Yeah. He asked about GraphBox. But for GraphBox, let me think. Now I kind of forgot what I wanted to say. For GraphBox, I don't think there's a good GTK theme. Like if I would theme everything around GraphBox, it would look really good. But yeah, what I wanted to say is that I kind of have a problem now as well, because Arc had the advantage that it just worked with everything. There's nothing that looks the wrong way with Arc, the Arc GTK theme. And I'm trying Instant but can't manage to find how to install programs in the live environment. First of all, don't install programs in the live environment, because they are all in your memory, in your RAM, and if you fill that up, then the system just freezes. So you shouldn't install too much stuff in there. But also, you can just install programs by pressing Ctrl Super I, which brings up this menu. It'll look different on the live disk because it doesn't have the new color scheme there yet. And then press Enter on install. Then you can just type in anything you want. Blender, for example. If it's green, it's already installed. If it's blue, you can install it. Or Ansible, Blender, I don't know what that is. Press Enter, then it prompts you to enter your password. I don't know if it does that on the live disk. The password for the live disk is InstaNoise. In my case, it's I won't tell you because you will hack me. And yeah, then just confirm this and it'll download whatever this is. Wolfgang's channel video and themes. I saw that as well. It's about the terminal color schemes. Oh, yeah, it is. Again, they look good in the terminal, but actually some of them also have problems with some programs.
7 out of 10.
It's kind of a shame that Solarized isn't maintained anymore. On live, it doesn't ask for password. Okay. I just used the browse option to open Pamac UI. That's an option as well. I think that might be broken currently. I don't know if it works on the live disk. It definitely works on my installation because I am using the fixed version. So I can search for stuff here. Kdenlive, well, Kdenliver, also interesting. By the way, you can see here that it's either from the official repositories, which is what you should use in most cases, and if it's not available, you can also use Snap or Flatpak. I'm really liking the way the modern GTK applications look with Materia. But yeah, one problem I have with Materia is LibreOffice actually looks quite shitty. See if there's anything. Whoop, okay, there's some personal documents in there I can't show you. But basically it has some parts where there's black text on a black background. And that's kind of an issue. Maybe I'll fork Materia, or I'll just... First I'll do a pull request, but those can be quite slow to be accepted, or maybe they prefer aesthetics over working programs, which I definitely don't want to do with the default color scheme. Wait, where's the PAMAC UI? If you press Super Control I and then choose Browse, then it opens up like a GUI store. That's kind of, I don't know, Play Store, App Store art, kind of like internet crapped out at the right moment. Snap of a nutsack. I don't think I said that.
Yeah, I doubt it as well, but that's what I heard.
Nice. But yeah, don't go overboard with downloading stuff onto the live disk. That what I was saying before about LibreOffice. You were saying, oh, I don't know, LibreOffice sucks in every dark theme, even Arc. The thing is, it doesn't anymore in Arc. Like, I don't know, let's apply Arc Dark. Light themes are all fine with LibreOffice. But yeah, this looks fine. Arc Dark is not a problem. And Arc Light isn't either. But yeah, like Arc, problem is there's a fork that kind of maintains it, but I doubt it'll get a port to GTK4. And if it does, then it's probably going to be one of those themes that application developers won't really look into if it looks good with that theme. Okay. So, meta file. Oh, by the way, ABC. Hello, sheep. Meta file. So syntax immerset version is assembler instead. And syntax version is an unsigned. Should we do syntax version? I mean, syntax version basically is all breaking changes, right? So an integer would make sense instead of a semver version. Or should we also do semantic versioning?
That's also what's usually done, but for example, I think Docker does it and other things. Docker Compose, right? Does it with an integer, but I mean, maybe there might be edge cases where you want something in between.
Like a feature that's
I mean that
present, but
with that kind of thing, it's just always trying to anticipate the future, and
yeah,
if you choose the more restrictive thing, you might regret it later. Otherwise, you just have a little bit of overhead. So
I think I'm gonna go with integer. Like for now, what I can see is that if I have like breaking changes in the syntax, I need to know which version it is in order to convert it. And headphones are doing weird stuff again. I think we already have the immersit version. I don't know what would you do? Like what do you recommend? I think I don't know.
I'd probably, since a lot of tools do an integer in that case, I would also do an integer. And if you really want a special solution at one time, you could always then go to a float,
Yeah.
because all integers convert nicely to floats, and if you have like an in-between breaking change or something, then the old versions will not be able to pass the float value, but you don't care.
Sorry, I just I looked at something else. So yeah, integer and float can be converted, or
Yeah, I mean, if you really need an in-between solution at one point in the future, then you could go over to float, because all integers convert to
oh
float.
yeah, sure, okay. Oh, by the way, Twitch is doing better than YouTube already. Like, I've been on YouTube 5 years, and okay, I'm doing InstaNoise for 2 years, but it's surprising that Twitch is already doing better than YouTube. Hello, every Twitch viewer. That's kind of insane how unforgiving the YouTube algorithm is in comparison to Twitch. Or YouTube is lying to us about the viewer numbers. It could also come from YouTube though. Okay, yeah, Twitch is just the better platform to watch streams, and I guess that
Yeah, it's
people are getting the YouTube.
YouTube is telling me 6 people are watching.
Okay, for me it's 3, so YouTube is just lying. Oh, Paper is also
But
on Twitch.
Yeah, YouTube at that point for really small streamers is just only good for archiving videos, I guess.
Yeah.
And not even for that, because there's no promise that at one point they just delete your stuff.
Yeah, I'm not very lucrative, I'm guessing, since my videos are very long, or my streams are pretty long and don't really attract a lot of attention on YouTube. Although I don't know how much views a video should get before it's profitable. I'm guessing like not a lot actually. Like how much money does it cost? Without YouTube will you delete your stuff long? Yes. I also have it all on library. So in case my YouTube goes down at any point, it's still there on library. Library isn't really super stable though, because they're getting sued by the SEC for doing some dodgy stuff with the cryptocurrency. And I think most of the content on library is hosted by Library Incorporated, or whatever it's called. So if
another thing,
yeah,
sorry, another thing is that your videos compress quite nicely. So
that's true.
the expensive stuff is the disk space, and you don't have much entropy in your stream, so it probably compresses nicely, so shouldn't take that much space. And also I figure that it's not really very costly for YouTube to save your couple of videos.
Yeah. You can do shorts for the documentation to get views in YouTube. Yeah, shorts are completely broken. It's crazy what kind of stuff gets views there. Like, it's even worse than the normal YouTube. But I mean, yeah, I could probably do some shorts. I've thought about doing a second channel where I can just dump stuff that I write down anyway, but that I don't upload anywhere because I don't consider it good enough for the main channel. So I could probably do a second channel where I can just do random stuff. What's library? Library is spelled LBRY, and it's a decentralized protocol to basically replicate YouTube. Like, it's basically a mix between torrenting and YouTube. So you upload something to the library network, and then other people can choose to host that video. And then if other people watch the video, then they get a piece of the video from each person who hosts the video. and that way
Yeah,
your audience is hosting you basically.
I wonder, since it's the more general solution, if at one point just IPFS will swallow it.
That is, yeah, that's true. By the way, how is the cryptocurrency connected to the file sharing protocol? Because right now the case is that people get paid for producing videos, but the people who actually need to get paid are the ones hosting them. I mean, making money from videos is not the problem if you put sponsors in the videos, which a lot of people are moving to anyway. And currently there's no way of paying the people hosting the content. And
No idea.
And like it seems kind of arbitrary to shoehorn cryptocurrency into a file sharing protocol and then don't even pay the people sharing files.
Maybe they just needed investors, and cryptocurrency
That's my
is
guess.
a buzzword.
Yeah, my guess is also I think they did a giant pre-sale, and that's also why they were getting sued by the SEC. The funny thing is that all of the information about the SEC suing LBRY, or rather the corporation behind it, is mostly coming from LBRY, and none of it mentions what they're getting sued for. Like, all of the articles just say the SEC is trying to take away your freedom by destroying cryptocurrency, which is an intention that they're, one, prescribing to them, and second of all, you can't sue someone on the basis of wanting to destroy them. Like, you need to sue them for something.
Of not liking cryptocurrency or not liking something.
I don't like you, I'm gonna sue you for being unlikable. And yeah, but I read somewhere, I dug a bit into it, and it seems like they did some sketchy stuff with taxes and the pre-sale. And that's why they're getting sued. But yeah, if LBRY Inc. goes down, so will probably a lot of the content. And another problem with LBRY is that they're not really trying to make it decentralized. Like, technically it is decentralized, but the documentation on actually setting up your own Odyssey instance and stuff like that is non-existent. You need to read through all the source code, which is not Suckless, it's Node, to make it really decentralized, and people are not doing that. So I think 90% of all the content on LBRY is hosted by the corporation, which will probably go bankrupt. But who knows, maybe something will happen. They seem quite confident right now.
Don't say that. Say that aloud. They might sue you.
The SEC or the LBRY?
LBRY, because you don't like them.
I think I like the protocol, but they're doing questionable stuff to get funding it. Like, I think they have some generally good intentions, but they are probably having money problems. But yeah, that's LBRY. That's currently hosting all of my videos. Probably all of it on the LBRY Inc. service. Coding live streams probably won't make someone blow up, especially not on YouTube, sadly. I mean, there's Automated and the Primogen. Those are two coding streamers I know. You can always give up and become a Minecraft YouTuber streamer. I don't see...
Oh god, the Primogen.
He's like... I think he's leaning too much into Dr. Disrespect. Like, he's practically a copy. But
yeah.
He's...
Yeah, and has the same cocaine problem. I mean, I'm sure they are both sober and clean, but he is
Yeah.
just so incredibly enthusiastic and nearly screams into his microphone all the time.
I think he's entertaining, definitely. It's just something that people have seen.
Yeah, it's a spectacle. And also occasionally he has a few good tips.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I like his refactoring plugin, at least the idea of it. It's not finished at all, but it's kind of nice.
I think his Vim tutorials are very... I mean, although he does all the crazy stuff, it's also pretty condensed and a lot of information and not a lot of time, which is something that's very... Not that... you don't see that often.
Mm.
Odyssey is also mad slow, lol. Like, yeah, Odyssey as well. They separated the library branding from one of the gateways they have. Like, Odyssey is basically what an IPFS gateway is. And a lot of people don't know it's decentralized on the back end. It's just crypto something, crypto something. Okay. I do think that I've read that they reopen it in not a US country. They could probably do that. I mean, the Pirate Bay is also hosted somewhere where either no one cares or it's actually not illegal. And there are just a bunch of proxies to it. But that still doesn't really solve the problem that I think they're running library at a loss right now. They got a bunch of money from the pre-sale, which they could probably lose in the SEC lawsuit. And then how are they going to pay for servers if they don't even have a monetization scheme for people actually hosting content?
And they also probably got a few private investors.
Mm.
But and maybe even a few business partners, like they who want to work with them or want them to develop a few features for them. But other than that, there's no real income.
Yeah. Like, I like library. I want the protocol to survive, definitely, because it's the best alternative we have to YouTube. And it's actually something that normal people are getting semi-familiar with. Like, random streamers are just using the YouTube integration to sync all their stuff to library, and their way
Yes, and
getting on there doesn't...
They did it very smartly. That is a smart move by them, that basically you can easily, as a normie, move your stuff to library,
Yeah.
Be it from YouTube or Twitch or somewhere else.
And at the same time, if you're like a normie and are using library and Odyssey, it doesn't feel like there's just crypto stuff on there. I mean, right now it's just conspiracy stuff mainly. But if you search for it, there's also normal stuff that you can watch there. And I think that's
MK Blast
worth something. How about doing a devlog? Oof. That could also be interesting. Like, there could also be just VODs with some voiceovers. Okay. I don't know. I think a second channel where I put random stuff into shorts would be something that probably would work, or that I would have fun doing. And also, yeah, some more scripted videos on the main channel. I have written some scripts, like I do that sometimes just on my phone when I have an idea. And like most of them, actually all of them, nearly all of them haven't made it into videos yet. But I will do that in the future. Oh, two probably.
I mean, what would probably be worth your while is actually doing the
Video documentation.
video tutorials on how to use Instant OS
Yes.
actually, and just showing off the features and in an infomercial kind of way, because then people from YouTube would watch it because they are curious for new distros, the same way like DistroTube gets his views, and the Instant OS people who actually switch to Instant OS and use it would also give you views, because they'd probably rewatch the how-to videos 2 or 3 times
Yeah.
if they need it.
Actually,
That might actually be worth your while.
Actually, Reddit is a really good source of traffic, at least when you don't have any existing audience. It's just, yeah, Reddit is pretty good at generating, like, fairly distributing attention to not just people who already have it, because it's not personality focused like YouTube. Like, if you have almost no one pays attention to the usernames on Reddit. They didn't even have profile pictures until recently, which I don't know if I'm a fan of. But I like how content focused Reddit is. So if you do stuff that is good, then it's also going to be semi-successful. Of course, the problem is still that you can just do stuff that's either good or the stuff that you think is going to get attention.
Yeah, it's basically
and make trade-offs
the
there.
evolution of 4chan.
But
in many ways, because on 4chan you also had just these ephemeral threads that just disappeared after a while if they didn't get attention, and everyone was by default anonymous and stuff like that. And I think Reddit took a lot from that 4chan idea.
4chan is older than Reddit?
4chan is older than Reddit, yes.
Ah, didn't know that.
Or at least the Chan something boards. I don't know if 4chan was the first. Probably not, because
1, 2, 3.
but at least that kind of board is older than Reddit.
Yeah. But how does 4chan actually work? Like, it's similar to Reddit, but you can post stuff on there without an account and also comment there, right?
Right, yes.
4chan is scary, yes. Or partially really dumb.
Yeah, I mean, because you can post without an account. They block you by IP.
Ooh.
And they have a lot of sophisticated bot stuff to make sure that people are not spamming.
Yeah, I thought you could just use it as a file storage. You can just encode stuff into 4chan posts and then mass upload those. If you encrypt it,
you can't really, because
yeah, they're rate limiting.
Rate limit and the bot spammy thing, and then also your threads just disappear after a while if there's not enough attention and different users posting it to it. So but it's been a long that were my early days of internet exposure, basically. I mean, not really, because the early days were actually, I don't know if I should say it aloud, AOL chat. But yeah, I was one of the early adopters with the noisy telephone modem. But anyhow, That feels very, very early. It feels like I was a baby back then.
Yeah, I think my family was quite late to the internet. 2008 is probably where we had our first laptop. I don't know if we had a computer before that, and it was really slow. But
Probably not a bad thing, I guess.
yeah, I think the early internet was also more tech focused, I guess, or more filled with people who actually knew some stuff about it.
No.
Not? Okay.
I mean, depends on what you would call the early internet, but I don't know, the mid to late 90s where I started using the internet, and at that point I wouldn't say many people were that tech savvy on there.
I don't see an IPFS type network wouldn't become the major way to consume the internet. The main problem is that it doesn't really generate a lot of money for centralized peoples for centralized people. So it's probably not that easy to get the money to get it off the ground. But no, I mean,
since it works with existing technology, there is nothing really stopping people from using IPFS if they want.
Yeah.
And that's a nice thing. So
like if Chrome gets IPFS support, I think that will be major.
Yes.
Then people would actually start like hosting images with IPFS and gradually even websites, scripts. You can use it as a CDN. And yeah, actually as a CDN it's pretty good because it's just taking stuff from wherever it can get it from.
Yeah, I mean it's the nice thing is really that it's potentially very efficient and very fault tolerant.
Yeah.
So that is the killer arguments for a widespread adoption, and that comes with sort of a democratization of the internet and some other nice ideological things in the back. So
I think also partially is able to replace the cloud, like Google Cloud and Amazon, for file storage, because why people are not hosting it themselves is that they need a public IP. They need, if it's worldwide, they need to have some way of coordinating everything like that. You need a system architecture engineer, and it's costing just a lot of money.
Things like load balancing and stuff like that.
Yes,
that
and
really
domains and stuff.
Yourself.
And with IPFS, you can just set up a computer with all the files on it, and if that one has too much traffic, you can just set up another one, and it's a lot cheaper than the cloud. Like buying a hard drive and an internet connection is a lot cheaper than renting it, usually.
And they are doing their own cryptocurrency as well. At least that they have an affiliated project where they have their own
Filecoin.
Cryptocurrency. Yes, where Filecoin that's based on
IPFS.
Storage hosting and proof of storage instead of proof of stake or proof of what's the other thing?
Work.
Yes.
And
that would also kind of be an alternative to clouds, to traditional clouds.
I think one problem with Filecoin.
Then anybody could just be a file storage
Yeah.
provider.
I think the problem with Filecoin is that any file could disappear at any moment if you don't have it on your own hardware. Like no one forces people to keep your files. They can earn cryptocurrency by doing so, but if they decide to stop mining and by coincidence all people who have your file stop mining, then you're screwed. And IPFS makes it really easy to set up your own infrastructure.
That's not the idea. The idea for permanency, there are other services that you pay for file permanency.
Oh, yeah.
And also you would also host your own small server maybe that it takes care of file permanency. And for huge traffic you would go to a Filecoin server, like if you were hosting your videos and had, I don't know, 1,000 views a second or something.
Yeah, the problem with that is though that the viewer needs to pay to see the file. And I don't think that's something that people will get used to very easily.
Well, either the viewer or the one who wants to provide the file.
Yeah.
Right? You have to you could also, like you pay Amazon to host your app, you could also pay a Filecoin provider to host your content.
Yeah. Problem is,
and then your viewers would see it for free, and you would pay for other people to host it and distribute it.
yeah. Like this also has the risk of just everything being overtaken by a single Filecoin provider, because the internet itself is decentralized technically, but people are still using Google and Twitter. So I think there's a risk of every decentralized thing becoming centralized eventually.
Yeah, but it would be kind of easy to be a Filecoin provider, and you would also have the same conditions as everyone else. Yeah, I mean, there's not such a steep entrance barrier. If you were to do your own YouTube, you would basically be you would be outgunned by Google.
Yes.
Simply because Google has probably 1 million man hours put into YouTube itself, and then has billions of dollars in infrastructure as a head start on you. But if you want to be a Filecoin provider, you can basically be a Filecoin provider for much less overhead, because you don't have to develop anything. You just have to pay for storage and an internet connection, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the advantage is the more high level the technology is, the more likely it is you can just use it as is. And IP, TCP are just so primitive that you have to put in a bunch of work to make them useful.
And also because it's managed by the Filecoin system itself and not individual hosters, it's also kind of independent because it's decentralized. It's not that you have 5 gigabyte of data you want to store at, I don't know what traffic. You just go to the Filecoin network and say, here, store that dear Filecoin network on which individual server of which provider stores it, you don't care about. And the Filecoin network manages that for you.
Yeah.
So there's an additional layer between some monolithic provider that and you yourself that doesn't provide an entrance barrier for other providers,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean. So basically, and everyone, the network doesn't discriminate against you if you are a smaller provider. They'll still get data on your servers just the same. And if you own a server and the other owns 10, then the other is just 10 times more likely to get data, but proportionally you will still have your traffic.
Yeah.
Whereas it's an all or nothing thing if you do a YouTube clone, basically.
Yes.
Because
Yeah, like the advantage of, for example, also library, everyone can build a streaming service based on the library protocol, and you have all that backlog of content that just isn't there if you start your own centralized YouTube alternative. Like, to get people to upload stuff, to get people to want to watch that stuff on the YouTube alternative is like the hardest part. And with Odyssey and library, you just have one big pool of content that every streaming site based on it has access to. Unfortunately, there's only Odyssey, but yeah. By the way, Filecoin has this really cool demo. Like, it's really impressive what they do with the web browser and stuff. All right. I think
yeah, but there, I think there is a minimum size to be like a Filecoin host. I mean, you have to.
I'm hosting
not
20
like,
kilobytes.
It's not like, oh, I have my crappy home internet connection and one PC, I'll be a Filecoin host. It's if you really want to earn Filecoins and be part of the network, you have to invest in some serious hardware and internet connection. So there is a minimum threshold they obviously want.
Yes.
It's still, for a business, it's still not a problem, even for a small business, but for a private person who makes, let's say, their 60,000 a year, it's not
Feasible.
something you do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been streaming for quite a while, and I will close the stream soon. This time, actually, when I'm saying it, or at least close in time somehow. But yeah. We.
Oh,
Whoop.
has it been 5 hours, really? Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, the image set problem is a bit bigger than expected, but a semantic versioning definitely looks interesting. I'll do that, and whoop, something fell down. And also the image set stuff, I definitely have that planned now. Everything I need to do to get it working with every file. I mean, if the architecture is usable, that's definitely progress as well. And yeah, the design stream will probably be a separate one, like as a design stream, maybe a different title. Also, I'm still using VS Code in the thumbnail. That's how old the design is. And or the thumbnail redesigns will also come at some point. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. The 6 people who are still here, more of them at Twitch, because F you YouTube. Yeah. And it's been nice talking to you.
Yeah, likewise.
And I think I end the stream here. Boom.
Have a good night.
Good night.